Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Planning Applications Committee meeting of Thursday the 20th September. Can everyone make sure their mobile telephones are either switched off or on silent, please? Nick, can we have Sederunt and apologies, please?
Thanks, Chair. With apologies from Councillor Doogie Campbell and Archie Dryborough.
Thank you. And can I just remind...
Apologies from Councillor Galloway as well, please.
Thank you. Jim McComb.
Councillor Maitland will be along later. She is in the building.
Thank you.
So we've got 15 members of the committee present at the start of the meeting.
Thanks, Nick. Can I just remind members that this meeting will be recorded and made available later for public listening. Do we have declarations of interest? John Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, item 6, friends with one of the objectors, I will leave the room.
Thank you, David McKay.
Item 4, Chair, I should have declared an interest at the last meeting, but I failed to do so. The applicant or his wife, I'm not quite sure which had associations with them. Genuine associations, and so did they start?
I just wonder where this is going, John.
Did they start reading things into it on the voluntary sector committees a few years ago? So on that basis, I'll declare an interest and go out, Chair.
Thanks for that, Katie.
Chair, it's not a declaration of interest, but can I just ask, is there a list of speakers for today? Because we've never been provided with one, and often we are. So it's just to put clarification.
There are 12 speakers in total. Tracy has a list for every member. I'll just wait a few minutes until she distributes them. Thanks for asking, Katie. David?
Item 4, I've met people on both sides of the argument. It's come up with the Community Council, I believe, as well, when I've been present. However, I enter the room undecided, and therefore I'll stay for it.
Thank you. No other declarations. Andy?
I think everyone here should be declaring interest in item 11.
Thank you.
Still sit in the meeting, obviously.
You've got to remain.
I think everybody should, as Councillor Graham Bell is mentioned in it, so we all know Graham Bell.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think it's just so it's noted that we recognise why it's here. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, in that case, can we go to agenda item 3, the minute of the meeting of 16th of August? Is that a true record? Agreed. Thank you, members. Nick, can then you take us through the process for today, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chair has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at the meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chair will invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee. Such members should withdraw from the committee chamber after making their presentation. Applicants or their agents. Representatives have been placed in alphabetical order, and a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of the proceedings. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, excepting for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The chair of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the council when deciding on an application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application, or where appropriate, agree a recommendation to be made to full council, who will determine the application.
Thanks very much, Nick. We now move on to applications. First is a continued following a deferral for site visit. It's Site B, land opposite Stainton-Le-Vale, Mainshead, Terregles. Application for erection of dwelling house and detached garage, information of access, approval of matters specified in condition 2, layout, 3, design, 4, external appearance, and 5, landscaping of planning permission in principle, 15/B/3/0342, 18/0246/ARC. Our case officer is Claire Eckstein, and Claire will take us through the visual images just as a reminder of what we saw last month. Claire, just when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, this application has been continued from the previous...
Claire, please. I've got Andy and then Elaine. We forgot to note who should take a part in the vote should a vote take place. The members that were present last month, Nick, if you can just remember remind the members who are able to participate in the voting.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got the list here. It's yourself, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Campbell, John Campbell, Councillor Blake, Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Fairburn, Councillor Gilroy's not here, Councillor Giusty, Councillor Hagman, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Maitland's not here, Councillor Martin, Councillor McComb, Councillor McKee, and Councillor John Young.
Thanks, Nick. Sorry about that, members, and sorry, Claire. If members, just wait till members leave the room, can you then, David? If we're ready now, Claire, can you just stand? Apologies again. Just start again, please.
As said, this application has been continued from the previous Planning Application Committee on the 5th of July and the members' site visit on the 23rd of August 2018. The report also contains additional notes and an overshadowing diagram on page 19. As members are in session, I will just recap on the photographs and the site plans. So this shows the site which was granted planning permission in principle under 15P through 30342 and is on the western edge of Terregles. This is with site with Lady Well to the east and Site A, which is the newly built dwelling house to the west. This shows the existing site survey. And this is the block plan, which shows the proposed house in relation to Site A and Lady Well. Again, we've got some cross sections showing the proposed underbuilding at the rear. And then this is a cross section through the site. So these are the elevations as proposed, and the floor plans of the dwelling house, and then the floor plans, elevations of the detached garage. This is the Site A, which is the newly built site. The application site is to the left of this photograph, and then this is panning left in the previous photograph, looking eastwards towards Terregles village centre. And this is looking westwards along the road frontage and towards house pot B. A. And then this is looking westward along the boundary. And then panning left. And this is looking at Lady Well House, which lies to the left. And planning left again from the previous photograph. And this is from the rear of the site, looking along the boundary with site A, and then panning right from the previous photograph, which looks towards the road with Ladywell to the right-hand side. And again, panning right from the previous photograph, which shows the rear of Ladywell. And this is within the site B, the rear garden, so we're looking across the site from the rear corner of that house. And again, just looking across from that site position again to Ladywell from the rear garden by the house, which is panning right from the previous photograph.
Thank you very much, Claire. If there are no questions, members, we're in session. Ian?
Thank you. When we had the site visit ourselves, Chair, I attended the site visit, and one of the things I asked for, which was difficult for myself to ascertain, was normally what we'd look at is the street scene. So you'd look at cross section going right through the front, the adjacent dwellings as well, if possible, and just to try and capture or understand what the ridgeline looked like between as it came across. I wonder if we've got any further information in regards to that type of, I think, frontage it would be. So look from the front, from the street, look towards the houses, so you'd capture at least all the three, the proposed house and the house adjacent either side. So that would have been helpful for me, just to get an understanding of the ridge height, because what it looks like is on the left-hand side, you're looking at, towards it, you've got an existing house that's been there for a while. It's a combination of story and a half, and you go to, there's a gap site, what we're looking at today, and you've got the next site that's actually been constructed and built out. It's sitting at story and 3/4, I think it is, but it looks it, and this, with a 45-degree picture, for why there's no dormers there, or Velux windows, I mean, I would make the assumption it's story and a half because of the pitch of the roof, or at least certainly it could happen at a future point in time through building one. But so it's to understand what, to me it looks as if it's out of kilter, so we'd like to, if it's possible, to see that information.
Claire, do you have such a thing, or can David help?
The only thing I can refer to is if I go back to the cross section, which we've got that way, you can see to at the bottom left of that cross section, I think it's BB, we've got site A on the left-hand side, and that distance between the ridge height and of the proposed house and site A is 2.4 metres. So it's actually lower than the house that's been built on site A. I haven't got one for the other way.
Ian?
Certainly helps, Chair. No, that does certainly help. I hadn't picked up on that. I didn't pick up on the actual the new constructed houses on the left-hand side when we first seen them. So no, that does certainly help, because there's a contrast there, and you can actually kind of visualise the extent of the elevations or the way that would fall. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Ian. Jim McComb, we're now in session, are we?
It's a question to Claire.
Question it is then, Jim.
Claire, could you briefly explain the procedure for measuring overshadowing?
Claire?
I'll try and be as brief as possible. If you go on to page 19, what we do is, if you look at the top drawing, that's basically a 45-degree angle, and then that's transferred across. So if you look at the lower drawing, I've just tried to do it so I can get it all onto the one page, and that shows where the angle would be from that 45 degrees, where it would be plotted on the adjoining ground, which is why you get, because of the change in height, you get that sort of almost angled look to the drawing, the lower one. So you can see that, and I've also marked the sort of distance from the boundary to the corner of Ladywell.
I've got David looking to add something, Jim.
It's really just to explain there's a difference between direct sunlight and daylight. Obviously, direct sunlight is orientational and seasonal, so the sun rises in the east, goes through the southern sky and sets in the west. Obviously, what you will find at Midsummer's Day is very different to what you find at midwinter. So that's direct sunlight. Daylight falls on even days where there's occluded light. There's no direct sunlight. So it's just as members understand that there's a difference between direct sunlight and daylight. Daylighting here is looking at just what the occluded light is, and that falls at 45 degrees.
Jim?
Thanks, David, for that. My query is, the angle of the sun changes according to the time of day, quite obviously. By the time the sun is behind this proposed dwelling, is it not likely to be a lower angle than 45?
Claire?
Respond. If you look at the site plan, the actual site itself lies to the northwest of the property. So as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and we're doing that sort of circular movement that way, we would expect that the sun's actually probably gone below the horizon, because at that angle, that's actually probably the minimal impact that you would get on a property if it lies to the northwest. If it was obviously to the east, then it would be, on the eastern side, it would be a bigger effect, because obviously you've got the morning sun that would be causing the overshadowing. But because of the relationship of the site to the proposed dwelling to the existing house, it's minimised impact.
Thanks, Jim. John, we're not going back into lots of questions, are we? We are in session, but go on. Is it a question, or are you... Okay. We're in session, then, members. If there are no proposals, are we going with the officer's recommendation? Ian?
I suppose, I have to admit, the site visit made a difference, and one of the things I certainly try and, through my own assessment when looking at these things, is if I was in that area, would it actually have an impact on, if I was living in the house below it, for instance, would it have an impact on the amenity if I was in there? And I do think we should at least consider having a look at that, because on page 19, as just been referred to, there's a diagram there, and what it shows is the finished floor levels at 29.6 metres, and it shows the finished road levels 29.6 metres, finished floor levels at just over 30 metres, which is about 16 inches, 400 millimetre, Chairman, 16 inches comparable in difference in height. So that's an elevation from the finished road level up to the finished road level up to 16 inches. And I just wondered, it's worth at least having a quick discussion about it. Is there actually a compromise there where that level could be changed? I don't think it'd be just as domineering on the neighbouring property if it was just that wee bit lower. I think there's enough room there because of the elevations of the ground already. They go down very steeply. I've got an idea and better understanding after Claire's explanation in regards to the ridge lines. I don't think they're that far away from looking at without being able to fully assess it, it doesn't look that far away, but I still think the finished floor level is just sitting a little bit high that would make me contentious. I don't know if there's any other views in regards to that.
Well, we're not having a discussion, Ian. If you have a proposal that when as a condition that it is a different floor level and you get support for that, we'll certainly take that forward. But we're at the stage now of a decision. I'm sure members will be sympathetic if you have some view on what you feel might be appropriate.
I mean, if it's appropriate to move a condition as such, can be so detailed that I think the finished floor level shouldn't be any higher than the finished road level. I don't know if we can do that, Jim. But it may well be the reason. I think it's usually as presented, and like I say, I'm just not sure. Maybe a level of confidence from it if I was to propose that, Chairman.
Before I let Katie in, I'll just ask if that's a competent suggestion, David, Nick.
Chair, I would suggest that what you have before you is a planning application which has got quite detailed levels across it, so it either stands or falls as it is. I would be wary of attaching a condition which made quite considerable changes to the sections through it. If members aren't satisfied with what's shown here and they have concerns about the effect it might have on neighbouring properties, then clearly it's within your gift to refuse it under policy OP1A in terms of the effect on the residential amenity of the neighbours next door.
Okay, Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask for clarity in what Councillor Carruthers is saying in relation to the recommendation and the conditions that have been attached to that, in particular 6, where it does make mention of anything above 1 metre. So is there any correlation between that we can add into that condition at all? Because obviously we have got several conditions attached to the recommendation.
Claire, David?
Claire, could you put the section up through the site? Yeah, because that shows what's actually been submitted, and I would suggest that if you're wanting to make any significant changes to that, really, it's probably pushing it too far to require that by condition, and the application should be refused. The applicant gets a chance to either appeal that or come back with another free-go application within the year to revise that. But really, you have what's before you today to consider.
Okay, on that basis, members, either we go with the officer's recommendation unless there's an alternative proposal put forward. Ian?
Me, Chair.
Ian, yeah.
I mean, I do think we're having a site visit, it added value. The principle of development has absolutely been established. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But I do believe in regards to the under OP 1A, I think it is the appropriate policy that it is having an adverse impact in regards to the neighbouring property's amenity. I would move to refuse on those grounds, and that's really I've outlined previously without rehearsing it. That is my view, Chairman. I think there's a small compromise to be had here just to bring that to have a better impact in regards to the neighbouring property.
Okay, John Young.
Thank you, Chair. I would second Councillor Carruthers' amendment. I feel the site visit was extremely valuable. It worries me about the different levels in this particular situation.
Okay, John Martin.
An amendment will go with the officer's recommendation.
Do you have a seconder for that?
I'll second
John Campbell. Is the motion acceptable? David, Nick? Yep, it is indeed. Okay. So we have a motion amendment. Can you just remind members what that is, please?
The motion put forward by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Young, is to refuse, and the amendment proposed by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Campbell is to approve and go with the officer's recommendations as set out in the report.
Thanks, Nick. Just do the roll call when you're ready, please.
Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee is not here. Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, voting is as follows. 5 members voting in favour of the motion and 6 members voting in favour of the amendment. Therefore, the amendment is carried and the application is approved as per the officer recommendations.
Thank you, Nick. We move on to agenda item number 5. And when members come back in. Thank you, John. Can someone call the members back in, please? Thank you, members. We come to agenda item number 5, formation of Earth Banked Slurry Lagoon, partially retrospective, at Hurkledale Farm, Cummertrees, Annan. This is a full application. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally. The reference number is 18/1039/full, and the case officer is Lindsay Little. Can you just take us through your presentation, please, Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks partially retrospective planning permission for the formation of an earth-banked slurry lagoon as part of an existing farm complex. The site of the proposed lagoon lies approximately 960 metres to the northwest of Cummertrees village. The proposed lagoon, outlined here in red, is located approximately 450 metres northwest of Hurkledale Farm steading. The site plan shows the proposed lagoon in relation to an existing lagoon to the east, which is approximately 10 metres away from the proposal. Sections along the length of the lagoon from northwest to southeast, and cross sections over the width from southwest to northeast. The proposed slurry lagoon will have an overall footprint of 3,200 square metres, measuring 80 metres in length by 40 metres in width, with a depth of a maximum of 5.3 metres. The walls would be earth banked with a liner installed on the inner walls to provide impermeable slurry storage. A 2-metre high fence would be erected around the perimeter of the lagoon, and the outer banks would be finished to meet surrounding levels, grass planted and stock fenced. I'll just take you through some photographs. This is a view of Hurkledale Farm, where the farm access road meets the B724 road about 100 metres west of Cummertrees. The slurry lagoon would be located in the direction of the vehicle. You can see in the distance on the right hand side of the photograph. This view is from the farm steading. The proposed lagoon would be sited to the left of the existing lagoon, which is indicated in the distance in the photograph. The slurry lagoon is sited wholly within the farm unit, and this access track to both the existing and proposed lagoons, and you can also see there's a railway embankment runs parallel to the track of the site. As described, the application is partially retrospective, and as you can see, earthworks have already commenced to form the lagoon. This is a view from the north of the site looking towards the farm steading, and Cummertrees is to the left hand side there, and you could possibly make out the existing lagoon in between the two there. Again, looking to the northeast with the railway embankment behind the lagoon, the northeast of the lagoon. Since April 2018, there have been 13 similar earth-banked slurry lagoons approved under delegated powers. This application is recommended for approval without any conditions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions for the case officer from members? Okay, in that case, we have two registered speakers. We have Councillor Brodie, and Councillor Brodie, I'm sure you'll know the format well. You will be allowed 3 minutes to do your presentation. At the conclusion, we'd ask if you'd retire from the chamber, and then the applicant will speak to the committee before we come to making a decision. So, Richard, whenever you're ready, I'll time you and I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to represent the Community Council on this issue and the many constituents who are concerned in Cummertrees about this. As rural residents, we're used to the fresh country smells going about, and as a resident in Dornoch, I know from time to time there'll be sometimes noxious smells and sometimes even putrid smells, but you know after a few days that this smell will go. But in Cummertrees, the spreading of slurry on the fields is almost a daily occurrence, and the number of vehicle movements within Cummertrees is causing road traffic safety concerns. I'm concerned that we are doubling the slurry capacity at Hurkledale without an assessment of the effects of the first lagoon or scrutiny of what is happening in our rural areas. I think we should call a pause on the second lagoon until a proper assessment of the effects of the first lagoon is met. The farmer has indicated that there will be no extra traffic movements, but we don't know the extent of the traffic movements at the moment. We know they're considerable, so we can't really monitor that in the future. I'm also surprised there's no conditions attached to the application, and the fact that the works to lagoons are nearly complete is a concern to me as well. I've provided photographs of that if they want to see them. If you look at the material planning issues, there are plenty of grounds for members to postpone or refuse the application. Impact on landscape, although there's no visual impact, I think we should be all concerned about the impact of the development on the character of a rural area. Vast areas of a countryside have been put over to containing slurry, and there should be a concern there. Road safety, I've covered that. Pollution, as well as the smell, a more serious consideration is the potential for leaks or overflows from the lagoon getting into our waterways. On the location plan, if you look at the location plan, you'll see that the proposed new lagoon is very close to the Pow water. Only a couple of months ago, there was a major pollution incident at the Pow burn, and the local paper had pictures of buckets of poisoned fish, which were the dead results of this pollution. I'm not suggesting for one moment that this is anything to do with the application, but the concerning thing is that SEPA were unable to detect the source of the pollution. I took this up with the River Annan District Salmon Fishery Board, and the manager, Tony Donnelly, said he was upset with SEPA's lack of effectiveness. And he expressed concerns about intensive farming applications.
Can you just draw your presentation to a conclusion, please?
Pardon?
Just now draw your presentation to a
I'll
conclusion,
finish with a quotation from the river manager. He says, I actually attended Hurkledale a few months ago on another matter, noticed that the riverbed had sewage fungus on it, and there are clear chronic issues in that area. So I'd like a pause on the application so that this can be investigated more by SEPA so that we can have proper evidence.
Thank you very much, Richard. If you just wait 1 minute in case members have any questions for you directly. Do any members have any questions for Richard? Katie?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that, Councillor Brodie. You've obviously been in touch with SEPA, and with the information we've given here, SEPA haven't put any specific comments in because the development falls below the threshold where they would provide that. When you spoke to SEPA, did they say at what point they would provide any feedback? Because obviously this is below, but did they give you that information?
Right. I'm a member of the River Annan District Salmon Fishery Board, and I took my complaints through the river manager, obviously, because the board is very concerned about pollution to the River Annan and its tributaries like the Pow burn, and we've channeled through that, and he and the board have got great concerns about SEPA's effectiveness in tackling the pollution issues.
That answers your question, Katie. Okay, Ivor.
Just wondering, currently you say there's pollution in the Pow burn. Could that be through the fact that the current storage facilities aren't adequate and slurry is maybe being spread in times when it shouldn't be, so therefore an additional slurry storage would be an advantage to the water system?
I have no evidence of that.
Andy?
Thanks. It's kind of the same question, actually, because where exactly in the Pow burn is this previous contamination been? Because it would have to be down below the railway, way further down. Can you just give us some sort of idea, Richard, whereabout?
I think where the pollution is, the SEPA haven't come up with a report which shows where the pollution took place, so I can't mention that. But I think I'm more concerned about the fact that the river manager has found evidence of slurry, of sewage near Hurkledale on the riverbed.
That was my question. That wasn't my question, because it could be anywhere in the.
Pardon?
The question really is then we don't know where the pollution came from. It could be anywhere in upstream all the way down. So I can't see how you can draw a parallel with this one against another one.
No,
I
but
think that's what SEPA are saying.
yeah, I'm not saying SEPA have not been able to identify the source of the pollution. The main concern I'm trying to put about is that the riverbed has been inspected close to Hurkledale. When the river manager went to Hurkledale, he inspected the sewage bed near it, close to it, and there was evidence of sewage issues in the riverbed.
Thanks, Richard. I've got David McKee and then I've got Ian Blake.
How far is the Pow burn from these lagoons?
How far is the Pow burn from the proposed lagoon?
If you look at the location plan in your papers, you will see that it's just across the river bank.
Do you have a distance, approximate?
If you could tell me the scale of the map, I could work it out. It's about an inch on the map.
Maybe Lindsay can use that information.
Perhaps the office.
Thank you. Ian Blake.
Thank you, Chairman. It's going back to Katie's question. I'm very unclear, actually. Right. I'm kind of lost track now. Going back to SEPA's involvement, has this officially, you've asked for either a refusal or a deferment, has this officially been passed to SEPA? Have they agreed to investigate it? And if so, is there a timescale?
Richard.
SEPA investigated the pollution incident where the fish were killed. The conclusion was that they couldn't identify the source of the pollution.
Ian?
No, this was in reference to the effects of the existing slurry tank. You said that you wanted a deferment until SEPA could investigate the effects of the existing slurry tank on the local community. It says, in that respect, have SEPA been contacted about that? Have they agreed to investigate it? And if so, the timescale?
Yeah, the River Board have been in touch with SEPA about pollution on the riverbed, and I'm not aware of the results of that conversation at the moment. It is ongoing, so we don't have a...
David James and then Elaine.
Thank you, Chair. There's an existing slurry lagoon, and there's mention of potential odour caused by a new slurry lagoon. Are you aware of any problems being caused by odour from the existing slurry lagoon?
Yeah, you'll notice from the papers that there are a large number of objections from the villagers and Cummertrees about the odour. Double the tanks. Well, I don't know if that means double the odour, but it's certainly not going to be a reduction of the odour. So there is a great problem with the odour.
Elaine.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, following on from Councillor McKee's question about how far it is from the Pow Burn, I note that the site is actually the other side of the railway track, so presumably any contamination would have to leak through the railway track before it was anywhere near to the river. So I wondered how likely is that to be? Is there sort of any problem with leakage across the railway track? The other thing was, just an observation, there's a number of others. I see a dairy, for example, next to the Pow water, so it could be that the contamination was coming from one of the other sources. And then finally, I wondered if you could give us some. You say that there's sewage contamination. Is that human sewage or is that animal sewage that's contaminated?
Richard, number of questions there.
Yeah, I can provide the letter from the manager of the River Board, which just says it is sewage. It doesn't identify the nature of the sewage. But on the question of the river bank, there has been flooding of that river bank over the last year or so, and it's led to the track being closed. So if there's water overspilling, there's a potential for slurry to get across the river bank at times of flood.
That satisfy your questions, Elaine? Yeah, okay. Any other members for Richard? David?
sorry to trouble you again, Chair, but just in case I misunderstood the situation here, there is water on the southern side of the railway embankment. We can see on that representation, it's just the poor quality of that representation that doesn't show it. And I just wondered whether there'd been any progress on us getting better quality representation on that wall. Because we mentioned it last time, and it's still
I'm
still
sure
causing
Richard
problems.
can answer that. We'll deal with that at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, but it's a pertinent problem, and I'm kind of fed up with it being a problem.
So, good morning, Jane. Jane Maitland.
Good morning, Chairman. I would like to ask the member, because actually what we haven't talked about is what the Community Council seems to object to, which is about traffic. And I would like to hear from the member what the problem is, how they see the issue being changed with respect to traffic.
Yeah, obviously the traffic is one of the concerns, as long as with the odour as well. But the difficulty is that the large vehicle, the farm is at the hub of the community, and any vehicle movements involves them going through the village. There has been a great increase since the slurry lagoon, because this slurry has got to go somewhere. It's got to be taken away and deposited in fields to manage the slurry lagoon. And obviously these vehicles are very wide and very heavy, and they do go through. Well, people perceive them as going at speed, but obviously they're going within the 30 mile an hour. But 30 mile an hour is obviously far too fast for these vehicles. So there's concern that the second lagoon will produce more traffic. The farmer, I think, has indicated that he can manage the situation without any further traffic movements. But it's what sort of condition we could put on the plan permission to limit it to the existing traffic flow. And that's why I said, well, we should maybe look at the impact, the present traffic flow, so that we can impose a condition on future traffic.
Thanks, Richard. Happy with that, Jane? If there are no other questions for Richard, thank you very much for your presentation, Richard. I'm sure you'll be next door to see what the outcome of the agenda item is. We now have John Forrest, who's the applicant. John, if you just give 1 minute to Richard leaves, please, and you'll have the same 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation to a conclusion. If you'd be kind enough to remain in your seat in case members have questions for you. Okay. And just whenever you're ready, John. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Messrs William Forrest was established in 1964 and has been a dairy farm ever since. We currently employ 12 full-time members of staff and a further 2 employed people. In addition to this, monthly there are over 60 businesses who deal with our business. We farm 680 acres in total, and this application is not part of an expansion of our farm nor our dairy herd. This is intended to improve our ability to store slurry and to provide better environmental protection and to facilitate the timely spreading of slurry. I'm aware there are a number of objections. However, a number of the comments made in these objections are inaccurate, and so I wanted to clarify the facts so that they can be considered appropriately. There seems to be some concern from locals that the proposed slurry store will result in additional volumes of slurry being handled on the farm, increasing smell and traffic on the road. This is categorically not the case. Our application is supported by SEPA. Our current store is compliant, but leaves us having to spread slurry on land when capacity and weather dictates. By creating additional storage, we will be able to use slurry more strategically, but I reiterate there will be no additional slurry being created. There has been considerable comment over traffic in the village because no additional slurry will be created. This is part of this part of the development. There will be no increase in traffic as a result. In fact, if the proposed development is permitted, it will mean that we will be able to plan slurry spreading more flexibly, reduce peak traffic in suitable spreading conditions. Hence, rather than being forced to spread slurry when weather conditions permit, We can adapt our spreading, limiting hours and even days of the week when spreading takes place, allowing us to avoid extended unsocial hours in the way that we cannot presently. In addition to the above, the flexibility and extra storage will give the business allow us to reroute some of the slurry traffic to different locations which are accessible without going through the village. On our plans submitted, the proposed lagoon looks larger than the existing lagoon. This is not the case. The area in red on the map dictates the location, not the size. Due to the history of the proposed site of the lagoon, which was a sand and gravel quarry between 1982 and 1986, ground checks went ahead at the proposed site to make sure the site was suitable for a lagoon with no soil being removed from the site.
You have 30 seconds to go, John.
I see from the objections proposed that people perceive that additional slurry will somehow cause pollution, smell, and environmental damage. In fact, the reverse is the case. The proposed additional lagoon will not create any more smell for the surrounding area and only emitted when slurry is spread. This development will enable us to be more considerate to our neighbours in terms of when slurry is spread and enable us to minimise smells in evenings and at weekends. Incidentally, we are also looking at currently at different ways of applying slurry to reduce and minimise the smells that this creates. The additional capacity will enable us to store slurry for longer, minimise the risks to any possible pollutions of watercourses. I hope this clarifies some of the concerns raised in the objections to this planning.
Thank you, John. Questions? Andy Ferguson, and then Ian Carruthers, David James.
Thanks, good morning, Mr. Forrest. Just a couple of questions. Have you had any SEPA action against you in the past?
No.
That's the first thing. And the second thing, is the slurry for Messrs Forest use only?
Yes.
It's not a commercial operation?
No.
Thank you.
Before I bring Ian and David in, Katie did ask Richard if he could tell Katie what the distance was between your proposed slurry lagoon and the Pow Burn. Can you give a conservative estimate to what the distance would be? Was it no? Someone's question. It was David McKee's question.
Yeah, it would be a guess, I'm sure, but yes, as it was mentioned previously, it would have to penetrate through the railway banking to get access to that Pow Burn, which is, I would think, very unlikely to happen.
No, he wasn't asking how the water would get there, he was asking the distance between the two.
Sorry, yes, okay, well, yeah. It would be a guess. I couldn't give you an accurate figure. Would need to try and. Well,
sure
it's interesting. Well, I suppose the existing lagoon is about 400 metres from the farm. So, yeah. So does that mean that gives you an indication of how far the Pow Burn's to the north? Is that correct? I can't see the map that well, but.
That's fine. If you're not sure, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've got Ian and then I've got David James.
Okay.
Somebody suggesting a scale rule, I'll figure that out. But I suppose my question, it's my ward, like Councillor Breweries and the local ward councillors there, all Mr Forrest, that have had lots of complaints in regards to particular traffic generation, the size of the vehicles and the odours as it stands existing. So my questions will be based primarily around about, I do remember when this was a sand quarry, I remember hauling out of it, so I know exactly where its location is. But the impact that this will have, if you construct this and compared to your general operations of the farm and business as it is at the moment, and it's whether it exacerbates, leaves it status quo, or there's benefits to be had by this actually being constructed and built out. I know you've already touched on that. I'm sorry I have to face away from me, speak to the mic when I'm actually talking to you, but that's where my questions are. That's where the concerns are coming from the local community, and that's really why it's here in front of us today rather than the other 14 or 15 that have been approved through delegated powers. So I wonder if you've got any comments in regards to actual the substance of what you're saying in regard. This is actually a benefit, is what you're saying, but if you could just outline the different benefits that are to be had.
Well, as I said, because we're having more, if this goes ahead, we'll have more storage, so we have more control of when we're spreading. So it can be done. Hopefully, we want to work with the locals in the village. We don't want to upset them. We have to cohabit. The last thing we want to is upset people. So we try to work with them. And by giving us this extra storage, this will allow us to, as I say, take some of the slurry in different directions. So rather than going out our farm road end and turning right through Cummertrees village, we can actually take it, if we have the extra storage, we can take it left and to other land on the left side of Cummertrees village towards Clansfield direction. So that will reduce the impact through the village, and with the extra storage, we will then be able to spread potentially, hopefully not, in unsociable hours. Is where we were trying to get to. Would be the, hopefully the
Thanks,
plan.
John.
Yeah.
Ian, you want to come back in?
Please, and it's, I don't know, I've actually marked it down as a question. It's just the timing of the vehicle movements. That is a large complaint in that area. So I just wonder if you could expand on that, because as it stands, it seems to be just all different types of hours. I understand the reasons why that's the operation of the farms, and you don't know what you're not looking for your slurry lagoon to be overflowing or your slurry storage to be overflowing. So you have to get rid of it at whatever time you can. So it's how will that change this extra capacity that would be created by this? What exact impact, as near as you can, Mr. Forrest, in regards to the timings? So it is a big complaint. The vehicles going through it all times of the early morning and later hours, getting rid of the slurry that's there.
Well, just as I said, but by having the extra capacity, we don't have to get it all out in a short period. We can then extend that days, although there may be more days, but there'll be shorter days, and then keep it within in office hours, as I suppose you could say. We would like to try and work towards doing that, trying to avoid weekends, trying to avoid bank holidays, if at all possible. And this additional storage will allow us to have that capacity, and there wouldn't be the same pressure on as soon as the weather's right, we need to move with slurry.
Thanks, Ian. I've got David, James, and then Katie, followed by Jen Maitland.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask, could we go back to the previous graphic, please? And good morning, John. Yes, I've got to apologise for the quality of the graphic display on that wall, but I don't know if you can swivel round or turn your head.
Yep.
And just confirm that there's is that a watercourse that I'm looking at, approximately east, of the site, which leads into the POW. So
that's just above the site of proposed lagoon.
I see the red arrow, yeah. If I follow the red arrow to the right, I see something blue that appears to lead towards the POW. Or a river. I don't even know if it's the POW. But on this side of the railway bank, right of the red arrow.
Yeah, but that must be an old map, because that's where the existing lagoon is just slightly further up from that. So that, I'm not sure, that's been penciled out. I think it was just
I was just saying it appears to be, albeit a historic watercourse leads into the POW on this side of the railway bank.
It certainly couldn't be, because that was where that area is marked. That was the track continued on to where the existing lagoon, to where the old sand quarry was. Councillor Crothers possibly can remember that, if you were going there for sand and gravel. There was nothing, there's no water or lying in that area. It never has been. It's not, so I'm not sure what that's marked out in the map for, but certainly not water.
Okay. And then the second question I've got is, you've said that the volume of slurry that you're using in the year will stay constant.
Yes.
But this will be an additional sorry, I just can't slur that word out. Slurry lagoon.
Yep.
So the surface area of slurry exposed will increase, and therefore the potential for odour. Am I correct in interpreting that way?
There's very little odour comes from a slurry lagoon. If you walked right up beside it, yes, you could smell slurry, but in terms of the general public smelling odour from the lagoon is non-existent. I would say. So having an additional lagoon, the impact on odour to the area is very minimal. Nobody would notice that at all. There's nobody unless you're walking right by the lagoon, you would smell it, obviously, but anybody from 10, 20, 25, 30 metres from it would still, would struggle to smell anything, unless it was being mixed or, So, and in terms of extra storage, well, there's no more slurry being produced. We're just increasing the capacity to store the existing volumes. There's no increase in volumes at all. Yes, you'll get a bit of rainfall going on top of the lagoon, which will, yes, it will that will add to it, but it's, again, minimal.
Thanks, David. Katie and then Jane.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, John. I've just got a couple of questions, really. I'm looking at prevention of environmental pollution from agricultural activity, which is Scottish Government guidelines. Yep. And on that, it mentions that there should be a prepared and implemented manure management plan. And I'm just wondering how your existing plan is being implemented, and is that plan no longer fit for purpose? Is that why you're having to have another lagoon? My other question was, there's been various questions about what SEPA's involvement has and hasn't been. The guidance says that SEPA should be notified at least 28 days before bringing any new facilities into existence. And I just wanted to know, how closely have you been working with SEPA in terms of this? Because I know, again, from our papers today on page 27, it actually states that as a council and as a planning authority, we can only propose that we make you aware of legislation. We don't have the ability to enforce that. So I just wanted to get sort of an idea of what sort of relationship you have with SEPA in terms of the actual legislation that's binding.
So the current situation is, yes, we have a very good relationship with SEPA, and we have a waste management plan for the existing volumes, and SEPA are quite happy with that. And this, as I said earlier in my report, this is going above and beyond what SEPA are requiring as of today. But we're actually trying to do this to try to alleviate some of the local residents' issues with the traffic, especially in the village, and travelling through the village in unsociable hours. So this is trying. We're actually trying to improve the situation by doing this. And legislation dictates at this stage we are totally compliant as we are today. And this would have been additional storage, which we are trying to, the business is investing in to try and alleviate the concerns within the village and the local people, and trying to work with them and trying to improve the situation. I think initially there's been a lot of reaction because it's another lagoon. Everybody initially thinks, oh, it's double the slurry. It's not. We're actually, and the situation is going to get worse. We're trying to actually improve the situation for everyone concerned. And by having that extra capacity will allow us to do that.
Thanks, Katie. Jane Maitland.
Thank you. You've certainly begun to help and explain, and I do commend the proposal to change the intensity and timings of traffic, which I think is what's actually providing a problem. But I'm not absolutely clear how this second lagoon in the same part of the farm will actually lead to a reduction in movements of traffic, which is what you suggested in your presentation. Could you take us through that carefully, please?
So the reduction in terms of traffic through the village, by having the extra storage, will allow us to store slurry longer periods. Because in the springtime of the year, we've actually, for our crops we grow, we've actually got a shortage of slurry because we've had to spread it throughout the winter months. By creating extra storage, we'll have more slurry to spread, which we can then divert, not through the village but to other areas. Because if we don't have the extra slurry, it's all spread through the winter on the land through the village, and our land on the Dumfries side of the village can take slurry in the springtime, which we will then store and keep, and then therefore reducing the volume through the village. Am I making that clear or not?
So you've got sufficient capacity in terms of internal tracks to take your slurry to other parts of the farm without going through the village?
Yes, and by taking it by the road, but not through the village, but from the Dumfries side of the village to other offlying land we have, but not going through the village. So we're reducing the traffic flow through the village. Some of it, yes, is still on road, but it's not going through the village. But also by creating the extra storage, we can actually spread more of our slurry on our existing land at the appropriate time when the crop requires it throughout the summer months, by allowing us having that capacity to do that. And also then, therefore, environmentally it helps because we're buying in less purchased man-made fertilisers as well, using all our own slurry, recycling it on the land when the crop requires it.
Thanks, Jane. Ivor?
Mr. Forrest, the land that's back towards Dumfries, is it in an NVZ, and that's why you can't sort of put it on during the winter months? And that's a nitrogen vulnerable zone, agricultural term, just in case. But I was just wondering if that was the case, so therefore you could use it in that area because you're then into drier days, you've not got frost, etc. So it's limited through legislation that you can't go back to Dumfries.
No, that's not the case. There is some land near Clansfield Village. We don't go that far with our slurry. It's not our land, and it is in an NVZ area, as you say. But the land I was discussing about is not. And it's really just trying to timely apply the slurry at the growing season, and that's why we like to apply it, at those times.
Are you sure? Katie and then John.
Thank you, Chair. It's just on the back of that question in terms of the timings. Legislation also states that to be a good neighbour, and within the legislation that's online, actually, it mentions avoid spreading close to domestic buildings, avoid spreading at weekend, and that's inbuilt in the legislation. Is by having the extra presently, is that not happening? Is that why you need the extra facility? Because that's in the legislation that should be done, and from what I'm hearing from yourself is you don't have the capacity to actually follow that legislation. Is that a correct assumption? I don't know. Well, yeah, the current legislation will not say that we can't spread it at weekends, I don't think, does it? It advises you to avoid spreading at weekends. Yes, that's the legislation. But it's always a balance between currently avoiding unsociable hours and weather, and having the land conditions fit to spread slurry. And when the opportunity arises, currently, we have to then spread. But if we have the extra storage, we then can delay it a day or two if it's potentially falling on a bank holiday or unsociable hours, and then have it, be a more you're more in control and more relaxed when there's not the same pressure on. This slurry has to move the next day. We can potentially wait another week or so if we have that extra storage.
Okay, to John.
I agree with my councillor colleague, Councillor James, regarding the quality of the maps. I've been looking at Google Earth to view this site, and it shows a small copse of trees between the quarry and what I assume is the application area. These trees still exist, do they? Sorry, can you just explain again where that is? I'm looking downward on my own phone because I'm dissatisfied with the quality of the presentation here. And I'm asking if the little woodland next to the quarry still exists and the application site is on the other side of that little woodland.
I think so. The existing the proposed site for the new lagoon is exactly behind the existing one, and I think from what you're saying, there's a woodland just further beyond that. It's still there. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, members, if there are no other... Andy?
No, John's in first.
He was muttering, but he didn't indicate he wanted to speak.
Well, mutters quite a lot. Okay. There's just a couple of things here. The 4.7 bit, I'm really very uncomfortable because SEPA administer this legislation that Councillor Hagman's been talking about. So for them to then abdicate the responsibility to actually put something down in paper here isn't acceptable, I would suggest, and maybe we can deal with that offline. Having said all that, I'm ready to move that we go with the recommendations. Sorry, I thought you finished. Okay, sorry. I'll be out of session and I'll move. No. Sorry.
That's why I said if everybody finished. Are there no other questions for the applicant? Fine, thank you. John, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Take your seat again, please. Andy, we're in session.
Thanks very much. It depends where you are, whether it's a slurry smell or a Grand Country smell. In the eastern borders, it's a Grand Country smell. I'm going to move that we actually go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay, do you have a supporter for that, Ian?
I feel much more comfortable after the presentation from Mr Forrest in regards to the objectives that try to be achieved here in regards to this lagoon. So comfortable that it does go ahead, but I think the thing I would like maybe to discuss further, take advice on, maybe not so much a condition, but an advisory note in regards to the operational times when slurry is actually spread. What advice could we gain in regards to that? Mr Forrest has already said, and there's guidance from Scottish Government that listen, he'll do it to his best of his ability in regards to through the working day, if possible, avoiding bank holidays. I don't think we should condition it as such, because sometimes weather conditions such like can make that void. But I think we should have some kind of advisory note if we can attached to it. And that's, I think it is, as explained, it's definitely benefits to the local community compared to what's happening, the working practices that are happening at the moment. I just wonder if there's a way of attaching an advisory note, Chairman.
I'll ask David's advice. I would suggest maybe we should request the applicant to consider that, because we can't put on conditions that we're unable to enforce, and that's the problem we would experience. But David, bit of advice for Ian?
Thank you, Chair. I would just direct members to the last line of paragraph 4.7, where, to answer Councillor Ferguson's question earlier as well, basically SEBA have a standing commitment to local planning authorities where they will only comment on certain types of application, and this is one where they won't comment on it, so we're unable to get any comments on them. What they do require is that we attach what's called a directive or an informative to the permission, advising them of SEPA's role within this and their legislation and advice. So that's probably as strong as we could actually do, is just refer them to it, because the Council's Planning Authority doesn't administer this, but we can, and by the sounds of it, Mr Forrest is clearly aware of what the legislation is, and this would just reiterate that.
Okay, Ian.
Be more comfortable if that could be applied, Chairman, and thanks for the advice. Thank you.
We'll do that, thanks, Ian. We've got Katie and then David, and then Elaine and John.
Thank you. It's on the same subject again in regards to SEPA and the point made by my colleague Andy Ferguson about SEPA not making any comments. It says on 2.4 that the development falls below the threshold where they would provide bespoke consultation advice. It's just actually confirmation. Is that on the existing site as a whole with the addition of this new slurry lagoon, or is it purely just on the additional slurry lagoon? Is there a cumulative effect at what point they say that, okay, this small bit isn't above the threshold, but once you add that to what you've already got, you know, whereabouts are we in terms of at what point would SEPA get involved? Do we have that information?
Lindsay?
Thanks. SEPA would purely be consulted on this particular application to look at, and because this particular application falls below the threshold, they come back with their standing advice.
So there's no cumulative effect of that. Okay, thank you.
Chair, I would just want to second Councillor Ferguson.
You second Councillor Ferguson, okay. I've got David and Elaine. David, James.
Thank you, Chair. I too am a bit disappointed that we don't have SEPA input here, because it would have been important to have more independent input here, because we've got conflicting views about whether it does create a smell, where it doesn't create a smell, and the existence of a water course nearby, that's also in dispute now, so it's a little bit difficult. But we did have input from the environmental officer, so I would have to, on this occasion, side with the acceptance of this proposal, because he's, that's outweighing the argument 2 to 1 there on that. And I think if the farmer goes about his business professionally in the future, then probably there won't be leakage into that burn or whatever it is. So I would be minded to support. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Elaine?
I've just been wanting to support Councillor Ferguson's motion. I think we're in danger of over-analysing this case. We continue.
Thanks, Elaine. So we have a motion and a seconder to approve the application as per the officer's recommendation. Is there any alternative proposal? In that case, it's a unanimous decision. Can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please, Nick?
Yes, Chair. The decision is to approve the proposal as set out in the report.
Thank you, Nick. We come on to agenda item number 6. Erection of Dwellinghouse and formation of access at A. Grahmor, Brownrigg Loaning, Dumfries, and B. Near Grahmor, Browning Loaning, Dumfries. Application types A and B, full planning permission. Reference numbers A, 18/0462-full, B, 18/0463-full. The recommendation A and B is to refuse, and the case officer is Billy Murray. Billy, just whenever you're ready, take us through your presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you say, these are two applications for dwelling houses on two adjoining sites. Because issues are identical for both, we have conjoined them into one report on this occasion. I just draw members' attention to one slight inaccuracy before I go through the presentation. On page 31, the location plan for the northern site is actually a superseded version. A correction was provided at a very late stage in the process, so when the papers were being prepared, they've inadvertently picked up on the superseded version. The corrected version is in the presentation, so I'll highlight the difference when I get to that slide. So this is the location plan showing the position of the two sites to the west of Brownrigg Loaning. Brownrigg Loaning is the road running north-south in that view. This is a closer view of the two application sites. The green one, this is the southern site. The red one is the northern site. I would highlight what I mentioned a moment ago about the inaccuracy in the location plan in the papers. The plan in the papers includes a small triangular section of land to the northwest of the green site, which is actually encroaching onto the land in the adjoining field. That was a simple mistake in the original submission, which I picked up late in the proceedings and obtained a corrected version from the applicant's agent. The papers are now in order, but unfortunately, as I say, they picked up on the superseded version when they prepared the committee papers. This is an aerial view, again, just simply showing the sites in the context of the the existing residential development on the west and east sides of Brownrigg Loaning. This is a site location plan showing that it's within the settlement boundary. The settlement boundary is the thick black line, and its relationship to the allocated housing land. There is mention in the report about the fact that the site adjoins an allocated housing site. So the purple land is allocated housing land. You can see the sites in red, and as I say, the dark line is the settlement boundary of Dumfries. Again, there's mention in the report of surface water flooding. This is the area that's shown as being at risk of surface water flooding. It just touches the western point of the site, but is clearly in close proximity to the sites. These are photographs within the site now. This is the northern application site looking northwest from the rear of Grahmor, which is the host property in this case. The hedge on the wall you see there is the mutual boundary between the application site and Bell's Cottage, which is the last house on the north, on the western side of Brownrigg Loaning, sorry. This is the application site looking southwest. Again, this is me in the northern site looking southwest. The southern site would extend beyond the hedge you see in the distance there. This is again from the same point in the northern side, looking towards the host property at Grahmor. This is looking southeast. The green caravan is the residential caravan for which planning permission was granted in 2017. That's a temporary permission until May 2019. This is looking at both sites from the northern end. And this is a view southwest. This is in the southern site looking west. So that view is looking towards the allocated housing land. That's the large area of level farmland that you see beyond the fence. On the left in this view is the hedge. That hedge would be removed if the sites were to be developed. The southern site includes a small section of land beyond that hedge, in other words, to the left of that hedge in this view. That's from the same point looking back north towards the northern site, so I'm within the southern site now looking north. This is on the other side of the hedge, so this would be more or less the area of land that was included beyond the hedge in the southern site, and there would be other undeveloped open land to the left in that view, and again in the distance you see the allocated housing land out with the site, but adjoining. This is just a view looking towards the other land. I'm in the southern site looking southwest, so I wouldn't be that far off the southern boundary of the southern site, and there's mention in the report of other white land, as it's termed, to the south, so that would indicate that land in that view. This is within the southern site looking south, so you now see the existing properties that front onto the western side of Brownrigg Loaning. And again, this is looking view from the south, looking towards the rear of the existing properties. So the properties you see on the right in that view are the properties that front onto Brownrigg Loaning, and the rear of these gardens would abut with the gardens of the proposed dwelling houses. This is a view of the southern site, again looking north, again including the hedge, which would be removed if the sites were developed. And this is again just a view to show the allocated housing land which is beyond the trees in that view, or beyond the hedge in that view. This is a view in the southern site looking towards the rear of the existing properties. Again, just to highlight the fact that the gardens of existing properties would back onto the proposed garden of the southern site in particular. The development would include a new private access from the sites to link to Brownrigg Loaning. That access would run through the curtilage of the host property at Grahmor. So this is a view from within the site looking towards Brownrigg Loaning. Grahmor on the left, the dwelling house on the left. The access would be on the right in that view against the southern boundary of Grahmor, up against the mutual boundary with the adjoining property. This is the equivalent view from Brownrigg Loaning looking back into the site. Again, the host property at Grahmor on the right. That highlights a point made in the report that this dwelling house differs from the majority of the other dwelling houses on that side of Brownrigg Loaning, is that it's set end on to the street, whereas all other properties have their principal elevation towards the street, albeit that they're set back from the street. The proposed new private access would be in the left in that view, again, as I say, up against the boundary with the adjoining property. This is a street view image that I've included to try and give a better view of exactly where the new access would be. It would be right against the hedge that's in that view. In actual fact, the pole that you see there would have to be relocated if the site was to be developed and the access were to be formed. This is a view towards the site from out with the site. This is from the north adjacent to Bell's Cottage, so that's from Brownrigg Loaning looking south towards the site. The two-storey property you see in the left there, the gable, is Bell's Cottage. The property immediately beyond that is, again, the host property at Grahmor. The sites would be just beyond the pitched roof garage that you see right of centre in that view. This is a more distant view on the approach from the north. The land on the right in this view would be the allocated housing land mentioned earlier. And again, you can see Bell's Cottage, the first house on the approach from the north in that view. So these are the drawings and submissions from the applicant. This is the location plan for the northern site. This is the site plan as existing, covering both sites. This is the site plan as proposed for the northern site. This is the floor plans and elevations as proposed for the dwelling house on the northern site. This is the location plan for the southern site. This is the corrected version that doesn't include that small section of land beyond the boundary. This is a site plan as existing for the southern site. Site plan as proposed for the southern site. Elevations and floor plans for the dwelling house on the southern site. So the conclusion is that the proposed development would be inappropriate backland development in terms of its location. It wouldn't reflect the existing pattern and character of development on that side of Brownrigg Loaning, nor would it respect the established building lines. And in addition, the proposed new private access is seen as being inappropriate in that it would have an unacceptable adverse impact on Grahmor itself in terms of privacy, amenity, potentially noise in addition to that. So the recommendation is to refuse both applications for the reasons stated.
Thank you, Billy. I've got questions from members now. I've got Katie.
Thank you for that, Billy. I'm just trying to picture the land that's been put aside for development that you've mentioned several times in your slide. Can I ask how many houses has that been put aside for in the local development plan? And so in the local development plan going forward, there's allocated housing on that slide there. Can I ask how many houses have been allocated for that? I'm trying to bring together the whole picture, because if we're looking to allocate housing at that point, I'm just slightly concerned that we're allocating housing at a point that we've already said that any proposed development might not respect the existing towns and existing pattern and character of development. I guess I'm trying to work out is if that was developed as we've put in our plan that we would accept development on that side, would this application then become suddenly more acceptable because it would have already changed the amenity of the area?
In answer to your first point, I draw your attention to paragraph 1.3 of the report. So the information you're asking for is already in the report, but I will repeat it for you. It's DFS H7 is the allocation. It's allocated for 713 units beyond 2024, and it's identified as a long-term growth opportunity in the local development plan. I can also confirm that there's no proposed change to that in LDP2. In terms of the second part of your question, the answer to that would be no. It would continue to be unacceptable backland development, even if that where the allocated land were developed. Again, that is referenced in the report already. It indicates that if these sites that are the subject of this current application were to be developed at a later stage in the longer term when the allocated land was developed, that site would become completely landlocked. In other words, it's not a part of the allocated land. That wouldn't make any difference to the acceptability of the applications before you today.
Thanks, Katie. I've got Ivan and Jim McComb.
Just for clarification, is it DFS H3 that's being proposed to be removed out of the local plan? Because there was representations within the LDP2 against why some of the sites were being removed. I think flooding was the issue.
Billy? David doing it right.
Yes, just confirm what you see on the screen there is the adopted local development plan from 2014, and H3 was agreed in January to be deleted from proposed plan 2. Just a minor update on that. I noticed that the report makes reference to 713 units allocated beyond 2024. Just in terms of the proposed plan, the H7 site is now identified for 500 units allocated beyond 2029. So there was a change as part of the proposed plan, but it's still identified.
Thank you. Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair.
the northern site is the principal elevation parallel to that of Grahmor.
Sorry, is the principal elevation parallel to Grahmor?
Does it run in the same line?
Does it align with Grahmor?
Aligned, yes.
No. I'm just going to try and find. The principal elevation, essentially, in that proposal is the left elevation, which would have an outlook over. In other words, it would actually be the gable elevation. The entrance, which could potentially be argued would be the principal elevation, would be the southern one. But in my view, the principal elevation with the main outlook is the elevation to the left in that view. So that would be the top left-hand corner there, and the gable on the right would be the one that was facing outwards. It doesn't look like I'm being very clear.
Grahmor, the principal elevation is south, is that correct? And you're saying, Billy, that the principal elevation of the northern site will be southwest.
Oh, sorry. It's a moot point what you consider the principal elevation. I think the gable elevation facing west-southwest in that view is the one that has the outlook, and I think it would be the principal elevation in terms of occupation of the house. It has the patio outside it, etc. On the other hand, the southern elevation is the elevation that has the main entrance door in it. So that would be the top left-hand elevation in that view would be the elevation facing south. So that elevation certainly does align with the elevation of Grahmor, yes.
Thanks, Jim. If there are no other questions for the case, David?
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Billy. In your conclusion, you come down on the side that this is against the part of policy H1 which specifies that proposals fundamentally fail to respect and reflect the existing pattern character surrounding buildings, etc. And then also direct conflict to OP2. Now, I have actually read your report, and you went over that very briefly in your verbal dissertation here, and it's at length in the report. But this is the pivotal part of it, and I wonder if you could just elaborate on why you've come down on this side in this case, and what would have been suitable perhaps in another situation, just so I can I know the weighting of which particular aspect is important here, because I think it rises, it stands and falls on how this backland policy is interpreted. So I'd need more clarification from you. I don't know if you could indulge me, please.
Billy?
I'm not entirely sure what additional clarification can be given. Are you talking about the backland issue or the access issue? So
how you treat on what rating?
You're talking about the conclusion and reason for refusal on OP2 on design grounds. And as you say, that's covered in some detail in the report.
It is, but I wasn't quite sure on what weighting to apportion to each individual sentence here, and it'd be easier to hear it in your words, why it doesn't fit with backland development. So it's more words than you used the first time, but less than they're in the report, please.
The first thing to say is that you mentioned backland policy. There's no policy on backland development. It's not mentioned in any policy. It is, however, mentioned in the adopted supplementary guidance that backland development is normally considered to be unacceptable because it can first of all, it alters the character of the existing area. The left-hand side of Brownrigg Loaning is characterised by dwelling houses with their principal elevations facing onto the public road and set back from the public road. We accept, and the report accepts, that Grahmor is an anomaly in that, but overall, the pattern of development there is for frontage development onto the public road. And in an urban area, that's more or less what's expected in normal terms for infill development. The proposed sites here are clearly behind that existing row of dwelling houses. So they therefore conflict markedly with the existing pattern and character of development there and the street scene, and they fundamentally alter it. In terms of normal expectations on backland development, this is highlighted in the quote from the adopted supplementary guidance, as I say, in that backland development is considered inappropriate in most terms because it can raise issues in terms of its relationship to existing houses, in amenity terms as well, because it can raise issues with overlook, with privacy, with back-to-back gardens. So I hope that's perhaps helped you a little bit to expand on it. Clearly, the weight that you give to what I say and what's said in the report is a matter for you, not for me.
Thanks, Billy. Okay, thanks, members. We have two speakers coming forward. We have Kevin Turnbull, an objector, and Graham Anderson and Andrew Clark as the applicant and agent. So if Kevin Turnbull would like to come forward, please, if Kevin's here. You will have 3 minutes to make your presentation, Kevin. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and if you kindly remain in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful to you. So whenever you're ready, Kevin, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm a resident in Brownrigg Loaning, representing those objecting to this planning application. Brownrigg Loaning comprises of 28 dwelling houses situated within the 30-mile-an-hour limit, of which 18 are collectively against both these proposed developments. We are wholly supportive of the planning officer's accurate assessment of the main issues associated with this type of development, including its conflict with Local Development Plan Policy OP2, and collectively we fully support his recommendation. The siting and layout of the applications does not respect and reflect the existing pattern of development within Brownrigg Loaning, where houses follow a defined line and have direct frontage to the street, all with individual driveways. The development is situated behind the existing line of houses and has a shared driveway. In our opinion, it fails to make a positive contribution to the existing character of the area. We accept that the area has grown incrementally over a long number of years, which consequently has resulted in a varied form of house reflective of the style at the time. However, the overwhelming character of the street is one of single-depth development with single access to the public road. This is not the case with either of these applications. The proposed development will create a significant degree of conflict with existing properties, including overlooking and being overlooked by existing houses, leading to a loss of privacy and aspect for all. We consider that this type of tandem backland configuration should be resisted. The residents consider a dangerous precedent may be set for future development south of these proposed sites if permission is granted, leading to further development which would considerably alter the character of the area and potentially set an undesirable precedent for more houses on this backland site and others along the street. On a personal note, I consider both these applications will have an adverse impact on the enjoyment of our property at Jacanda. I consider the planning officer's assessment that shared access along the north boundary is inappropriate and detrimental to our enjoyment of our living space as being accurate, and its associated conflict with Local Development Plan OP1A being correct. However, I would go further to say that the inclusion of a proposed vehicle turning circle and parking area at the west aspect of the garden at Jacanda, with the associated disturbance, noise, pollution, manoeuvring, turning and headlight pollution, will severely impact on our principal living space and associated peace and tranquility.
You have 30 seconds to go, Kevin.
For these reasons, we believe that the correct recommendation is to refuse both these applications.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Any questions for the objector? In that case, Kevin, if you'd like to resume your seat, thank you very much. We now have Graham Anderson and Andrew Clark. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes between you, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And again, if you just wait for members' questions in case there are any, I'd be grateful to you. Just whenever you're ready.
I want to deal with the technical side first. Part 2 of the refusal. The proposed shared access arrangement is inappropriate. Could you show picture 1, please? Picture 1 shows the original access that we're actually trying to put back. This access was used by the farm steading and the farm, the daily noise of tractors running up and down that, as well as pig swill vans when it was a working pig farm. Latterly, it was used as a lorry park as one of the neighbours on an Arctic reversed into that space every single evening and took off every work morning, and all of this was before our neighbour bought his house and put on his large extension. Part 1 of the refusal states clearly the siting and layout of the proposal. Could you put the video on, please? There are only 3 houses in the same line of 28 houses. The dronage footage clearly shows the existing pattern of the houses pointing in different directions and clearly shows shared access by some houses along with very close and neighbouring driveway setups. Both sides of the street have commercial businesses operating in between the domestic houses. And to finish the technical case, the boundary of our garden will be part of 713 houses, now down to 500, banging onto our boundary. I want to tell you the human side what we're doing. This is not for profit, this is for necessity. My father took retirement at 62-year-old to look after my mobile disabled mother. At 72, he was given 8 weeks to live. Facing reality, we had a frank discussion with the family, and my mother's wishes was also to die at the house that she built in 1965. We sought advice from 4 different planning consultants. Sue Hudson, Lawrence Wilson, Tracy Williamson and Potters all said yes, you'll get 2 houses in that garden curtilage. We went for a pre-planning appraisal. Without prejudice, it couldn't commit, but if it broke any policies, why would that not have been highlighted there and then? So what was fairly a conclusive yes by the original planner and 4 professionals in the area, one would have suggested it was a straightforward planning application. Given this, we actually sold our house to move in with our mother. It became impossible to stay there because of our own privacy. So we moved into the static caravan on site. I have now finished work to look after my mother as well as the care package she deserves and needs.
Just a couple of points to add, Chair. Reference in the report is made to our client's landholding being logically included in the housing allocation. This was brought forward as a call for sites, and the case officer should have been aware of this.
You've 30 seconds to go, Andrew.
This is indeed an entirely logical addition to the housing allocation. The officer's report also makes no reference to the pre-application inquiry which was submitted for 2 houses. The response was favourable and was the basis of our clients progressing with the applications. There should be consistency in this quality of information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Anyone, any questions for either Graham or Andrew? Ivor?
Just clarify that last point, Mr. Clark. Did you say this piece of land was asked to be included in H7, which is houses beyond 2029?
Yes.
Katie?
Thank you. I'm back on SEPA again, because we've got on here that there was an objection raised from SEPA in regards to a septic tank. Can I ask, has there been any further discussions with SEPA from your point of view in resolving that?
The proposal has been altered to connect to the Scottish Water Sewer, which is acceptable to SEPA.
If there are no other questions, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Just take your seats again. Members, we are in session. If there are no proposals coming forward, do I take it that we're going with the officer's recommendation? That's unanimous. Nick, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
The decision is to go with the recommendation as set out in the report to refuse both applications.
Thank you. We come to agenda item number 7, erection of 14 flats, office and meeting room accommodation, formation of access road, 29 car parking spaces, landscaping and associated works at former Scottish Power site, Brooms Road, Dumfries. This is a full application. The reference number is 18/0876/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to the successful completion of legal agreement to secure developer contributions in respect of open space and conditions. The case officer is Tory Glendinning. Tory, we'll just wait. Oh, it's not, it's Pat Hannah. I'll get it right sometime. We'll just wait until the folks leave the room and see if there are others coming forward. Okay, so presenting this today on behalf of Tory is Pat Hannah. Pat, will you take us through your slides, please, and your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. The application site is located off the Brooms Road, and you can see that it's located within a mixed use area on the Brooms Road, with the quick fit garage and MOT station to the south of the site, some offices to the east. To the north there is Pleasance Park, which is a residential area, and to the south on the opposite side of the road is another residential area. The proposal is for 2 blocks of flats. Block A to the south of the site is to contain 10 residential flats, office space, meeting rooms and reception for the facility, and the block to the north is to contain 4 flats. The development is to be operated, and the applicant is Lawburn Housing Association, and Block A is intended to be occupied, as stated in the report at paragraph 1.4. Block A would be a concierge service for young people between the ages of 16 and 21 who are looked after by the local authority and who are either homeless or threatened by homelessness. Block B would provide supported accommodation for single parents between the ages of 16 and 21. And again, the report at that paragraph goes on to say that there'd be 24/7 supervision of the site. These are the proposed floor plans. You can see that a corridor runs along the back, which is to face onto the quick fit site, with all of the residential rooms facing out into the proposed courtyard. These are the elevations. Again, you can see that in the top elevation, which faces out onto the courtyard, that's where all the principal rooms will be. With the middle elevation there is the rear elevation, backing closely onto the rear elevation of quick fit garage. Apologise for the quality of these slides. When they're reduced in size like this, they come out incorrectly in colour. I've marked in red there an area that I'm going to zoom into now, which demonstrates the design of the development much better. The finishes or the design is very contemporary, and the finishes are a mixture of traditional and contemporary. It's predominantly red brickwork with inset panels of red cladding, zinc, and window fenestration. And these are the proposed external materials. Block B follows the same architectural theme as Block A. And this is a section or elevation of the site from the Brooms Road with the quick fit garage shown in outline on the left-hand side. The proposed hard landscaping, The red indicates where it will be adopted road that will be set in paviers with contrasting grey paviers for the parking area, the yellow being service strips which will be grassed. Proposed boundary treatment is a 1.8 metre brick wall around the site. And moving on to the images of the site, the quick fit garage can be seen as the building on the right hand side there, with the application site defined by the rather ugly palisade fence to the immediate right of that. And panning around, you can see the fenced off section of the frontage of the site. And stepping over the road and panning right again, it's the offices on the left hand side. Stepping backwards and into the site, those are the offices. Panning round, you can see the quick fit garage, and this is looking at where the proposed block B would be sited, with Pleasance Park in the distance beyond. Panning round and looking at the location of block B, and panning round again and looking back at the entrance to the site. This is an image taken from Pleasance Park, which is the residential development to the immediate north of the application site, and you can see that there is a brick wall there at the moment which prevents access between the two sites. The site falls within a mixed-use area, and so the principle of residential use at this site is acceptable. Furthermore, the proposals are neat and contemporary design, which will considerably improve the visual amenity of the area from Brooms Road. The proximity of the proposal to the adjacent industrial use at QuickFit does have the potential to raise land use conflicts. However, QuickFit, as we saw and can see in the image there, has a blank wall onto the application site. And the proposal has been designed to ensure that all residential rooms are facing into the courtyard, with the corridor facing onto the blank wall. Third parties have objected to the proposal, and one of the key concerns is the provision of a pedestrian link between the application site and the development we see in front of us. The applicant, in response to those concerns, removed the pedestrian link. However, the report recommends that that pedestrian link be reinstated. Connectivity and placemaking is very important to making sure that new residential development works well in reality. And this is particularly so in this case, where the residents and occupants of the development are likely to have low levels of car ownership and are likely to be walking around quite a bit. As such, the pedestrian link would assist in contributing to the council's priorities to provide the best start for children and young people, and to help potentially vulnerable people live healthy and independent lives. Accordingly, as set out in the report, it's recommended that the application be approved subject to legal agreement to secure contribution towards open space provision. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Pat. Have we any questions for the case officer at this stage? Andy and then Jane.
Forgive me here, I'm trying to find in the recommendations where you've changed to have that footpath included.
Pat?
Thank you, Chair. It is in condition 4, which is the condition relating to hard and soft landscaping. And because this is effectively just an alteration to the hard landscaping, the wall and the surfacing, you'll see, so at the top of page 57, the second sentence that you can see says the scheme shall include provision of a pedestrian access between Pleasant Park and Pleasant Cottages and the development hereby approved.
Andy?
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Jane?
So can I be completely clear? We are proposing to put, make a building here that's orientation is basically north. Block A is basically north. So all these flats are going to be facing north next to an industrial estate. Because
yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Do I understand that there's been no noise assessment or anything like that done in this particular issue?
There hasn't, no.
Right. Okay. And we're proposing to put this next to a Class 5 industrial estate.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other members, I suppose we can be content or comfortable that any cladding used will be of an appropriate standard?
Details of the cladding have been provided. I don't have the specification with me, but the precise specification has been provided in the application. Yes.
Wasn't it appropriate? Sorry. John Martin.
It's just on the roofs there. Will it be seagull proofed? Because that's one, as a local member, that is one of the places we get calls all the time about the amount of seagulls on the old Scottish Power site.
That's not, that doesn't form part of the proposal, but if members were so minded to approve the application, then a condition or a directive could be attached to that effect, as has been done elsewhere within Dumfries, yes.
Okay, if we have no other questions for the case officer, we have one objector. It was omitted from your list, but it was Timaeus. That's Linda Cameron. Linda, if you'd like to come forward, please. Linda, you'll have the same 3 minutes, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go just to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd like to just remain in your seat for a minute or so in case members have questions for you. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm Linda Cameron and I'm a resident of Pleasance Park, representing myself and the other residents. Lordburn has listened to our concerns over the proposed access link and obviously put in a revised plan which has that the planners want to reinstate this clause. Rather than the proposed Brooms Road development itself, we were objecting to this proposed partial removal of the existing boundary wall to make way for this pedestrian access and cycle link. We do not think it is appropriate to create access through our existing development, which is a small and private cul-de-sac. It will impact on our privacy as we do not have the boundary of our properties protected or defined by a garden. The plan fails to show just exactly where and how this access route will be incorporated into this existing development. It shows where the gap in the wall will be created, but not where a specific path would be created. If there is no specific path, then I assume that it's going to be an access to all areas. There is no space within Pleasance Park to create this path. People will be walking or cycling immediately past our windows and doors, or it will be through our small parking and turning area. This will compromise our privacy, safety and security and the safety of anyone using it. It will also reduce our parking area, which is already tight, and it will reduce the enjoyment of our homes. The council do not own any of this land where they want to create this access. It's an inconvenience to us and will have an impact on our title deeds, our homes and car insurance, as it will change our existing environment. The proposed development will be satisfactorily accessed via Brooms Road and does not need this proposed access through Pleasance Park. The Annan Road can be accessed at the junction of Brooms Road where the roundabout is. It's probably equidistant and there is no cycle path to link to. If this access link is removed, the residents have no objection to the planning proposal. What we object to is this access link.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Any questions for Linda? Katie?
Thank you for that, Linda. Can I just ask, you mentioned there that the council don't own any of the car parking and land at the houses there. Can I ask who does? Is it shared between the residents? Or?
Lorburn own the communal part
So Lorburn already own the car park and the
Yeah,
communal
but
parking?
we pay for maintaining it and repairs.
Thank you.
But there's also where it links to the footpath to the Annan Road, that part is privately owned by Pleasance Cottages.
Okay, Jane Maitland.
Thank you very much, Linda. Just looking at the picture and at the block plan that we were given, it does look as if there was an anticipation that that road would go through. Would that, you've got any comment to make about what the current existing arrangement is? It does look as if the plan originally was that probably it would go through.
Is that an observation or a question?
No, it's a question as to whether or not you knew anything about that.
If I knew anything about a proposed plan, the only time that I knew about it was when I saw the plan myself. I saw that there was a plan to remove part of the boundary wall, and it shows where the wall would come down, which I can show you on the previous picture, but it does not show what happens once that wall is down, where the actual path and cycle route would be created.
Thanks, Linda. Jeff?
I assume the concern is not only that the residents in the proposed 2 blocks will use that as a shortcut, but also in the surrounding estates going up to the schools and such as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, if there are not, David?
Chair, may I ask whether the lady feels that Lorburn, if they made a sort of binding commitment to you, that they're honour bound by their words to you now, that they won't have a path there?
Yeah, I was under the impression, having inquired at the planning office, that this was Lorburn's request to do this, whereas it has now emerged it's a planning stipulation. It was never Lorburn's request, and Lorburn have made a commitment to us that they do not want this path. They don't see that it is necessary.
David wants you to add a wee bit.
Pat can correct me if this is wrong, but I understood the original scheme actually showed a footway going through. Is that correct? Yeah.
And you'll obviously be able to speak to Lorburn because they're next up. John, and then Andy.
All right. Thanks very much for your presentation. Could you confirm that this proposed path would be used as a shortcut to Dumfries High School and to Noble Hill Primary School?
Sorry, can I confirm?
Would the proposed path be used by the pupils of Dumfries High School and Noble Hill Primary School as a shortcut?
I'm not sure about Noble Hill Primary School, but certainly we have pupils at the moment that jump the wall and use it as a shortcut and create nuisance.
Andy?
Thanks. Just so I'm absolutely clear, I picked up David's explanation there, but that has been amended, and what we're actually looking at today is no path, but the officers are recommending that it's a condition be granted that there should be a path. Is that right?
That's right.
So, yeah, just to be clear, I mean, if Pat can advance to the overall slide there, the original scheme did include an access through. Then, as a result of the objections coming forward, Lorburn submitted amended drawings. That's what's before you today. However, as Pat also outlined as part of condition 4, I think it is, we would be, as officers, recommending it be put back in to allow the permeability through the 2 schemes.
Okay, if there are no other questions for Linda, thank you very much for coming forward. Linda, if you'd resume your seat, please. We now have Graham Robertson and Douglas Bodell, the applicant and agent, and again, gentlemen, collectively, you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. If you'd be kind enough to wait, David James has 1 question for you at least, and whatever other members come after that, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to state that Lorburn Housing Association are delighted to bring forward an opportunity to develop a brownfield site in the centre of Dumfries. to provide accommodation and training opportunities which will enable disadvantaged young people to engage in activities and which will help them lead productive and successful lives. We're also pleased the development has been recommended for approval by the planning officer. However, we and our residents note a condition included in the report that we cannot support. Included within condition 4 is a requirement to provide pedestrian access between Pleasance Park and our Brooms Road development site. Whilst Lowburn are usually fully supportive of policies which enable connectivity across communities and can understand the reason behind this requirement, on this occasion we are unable to support the condition as it stands and would respectfully request that the condition be amended to remove any requirement to provide access between the new site and Pleasance Park. The Brooms Road development site backs onto Lowburn's shared ownership development, Pleasance Park, where many of the residents are elderly. Those residents have submitted objections, which we understand and support, due to the invasion of the privacy with the proposed opening of this access route. The residents have limited space to the rear of their properties, so their front gardens are the only space they can enjoy the outdoors, and the pedestrian access route would infringe on their privacy. Lowburn's Chief Executive, Lorraine Usher, has given a commitment to our Pleasance Park residents that no pedestrian access route would be included in any development of the Brooms Road site. Changes were made to our original plans to remove the pedestrian link prior to the report being published to honour that commitment. We sure you understand our position that trust, confidence and reputation are of paramount importance, that in order to retain the trust and confidence of our residents and mitigate potential reputational damage to Lowburn, we cannot take this development forward unless the pedestrian access condition is removed. It would be hugely regrettable if Dumfries were to lose this proposed investment in much needed housing and facilities for young people. However, we made our position clear and hope members can sympathise with the predicament we're in and support our proposed changes to the case officer's conditions included within the report. Thank you.
We are also generally in agreement with the contents of the planning officer's report and recommendations for approval. The applicant has confirmed the development will not proceed unless the requirement for the pedestrian access is omitted from proposed condition number 4. In respect to those conditions, we would therefore request the wording: the scheme shall include the provision of a pedestrian access between Pleasance Park / cottages and development hereby approved is omitted from proposed condition number 4. To ensure this important local project proceeds, we simply request an amended version of proposed condition 4, omitting this request for a pedestrian access link. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Questions from members? I've got Elaine and then Andy.
Just, I hear what you're saying about the access link. If your residents in the proposed development wish to get to the Annan Road, they would still be able to access the Annan Road by an alternative path?
We would be making no changes to the current arrangement for access to.
So there is access onto the Annan Road from that site. Yeah.
Not
specifically. It's not clear from the plans that we've been given whether there would be alternative access onto the Annan Road or not.
Not directly, no. You would still have to go the route that would go by just now. Yeah,
it just wasn't very clear on the plan.
Thanks, Elaine. Andy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, the two of you. Can I just ask, this is very specific types of housing. You know, it's much needed, I get that, and everything else. And can I kind of ask you, are we planning some homes for life? Because the different potential residents will have very varied and multiple needs, some of them, if I'm reading this correctly. And so will these houses be houses for life, for example? Are you including any houses for life as you've done in other areas, so that people wouldn't have to move as their condition maybe deteriorated? And I think that's what we need to bear in mind, what we're actually looking at here. The people looked after by the local authority aren't there because they've been bad. They're there because, you know, they've got challenges in their life, and that might be a number of different things. So I'm trying to find out how many will be specific for young adults with a learning disability, for example, and things like that.
in terms of providing housing for life, that's perhaps not what this particular development is for. It's more for people that perhaps have some challenging needs, that they need support, and we would give them support to, set up their own initial sort of house with a tenancy. And then Block B, as part of the development, would be almost like the next move in terms of accommodation, to see if they can sustain a tenancy on their own, with a view to we then move them on to somewhere else where they can get a permanent house somewhere else.
So thanks for letting me back in. So it's kind of like a modern Hope Place.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Andy. I've got Jane and then Katie.
It's a bit of a rhetorical question, I suppose. Would you buy a property that faced north with no southern or western aspect to it? This is a great design, great idea, but why on earth does it face this way? I would suggest to you that we're talking about children with challenging needs, probably mental health issues, and I would sort of ask you, really, what is you're coming to us with a suggestion for our looked after children that we should agree a physical planning proposal that puts them into a building that might not necessarily absolutely conform with their requirements. I know this is a difficult one, I accept that, I understand that, but I am deeply concerned about the orientation of this building. Therefore, design and amenity are what I'm asking you about.
In terms of the design, the site itself is very irregular in shape and very irregular in terms of its restrictions and how you actually can develop a site. The design, especially I appreciate it's on the north elevation, but there was various options looked at in terms of developing the site, and none other worked. So the intention would be to design a building that was very modern in terms of technical requirements, and in terms of natural lighting, there is potential scope to, with the large glazing on, again, appreciate it's on the north, but everything would be heavily insulated. It would have outlook onto that, and if there was potential scope, you could maybe look at kind of roof light type sun tunnels if that was felt that it wasn't appropriate. Certainly, we will be modelling the design as part of an overall kind of strategy in terms of the energy performance and natural light provision throughout the more technical aspects, but that's certainly been considered as part of the design, that there was no other option in terms of the layout of the site to get something to work.
Thanks, Jane. Katie?
Thank you for that. Can I ask, in terms of consulting with the young people that eventually would be living in this accommodation, have you had the discussion about the pedestrian access with the young people? Would they be happy not having pedestrian access? Obviously, you've spoken to the existing residents, and you may not have consulted with young people at this point as you move forward, although I would have hoped you would be taking into account what they were looking for as well. Has that discussion been had in terms of they would be quite happy not to have the access, the pedestrian access?
We haven't had a discussion with the young people, simply because we don't really know who the young people would be potentially moving in. We could have perhaps went to Hope Place, the existing accommodation, and spoken to and got their views, but no, we haven't. It's a simple answer.
Okay.
So there's not been any sort of, I guess, consultation in the development of this plan with any young people that were looking to help, i.e. single parents or looked after children at this point?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine?
I suppose there will still be pedestrian access along the Brooms Road. It's not that there won't be any pedestrian access. They will still have pedestrian access along the Brooms Road if we remove that condition. Can I also ask, my colleague here asked about seagull proofing, what degree there will be seagull proofing, because this is an area which is quite bad for seagulls.
Well, certainly the design has been based in terms of roof as a modern single monopitch, relatively steep zinc-clad roof, which would hopefully limit, it's not a flat roof per se, but certainly we can look at strategies and mitigation methods that reduce the potential for seagull roosting, nesting, etc. as part of the technical design.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thanks, Chairman. Graham, my question is regarding, do you feel that keeping that wall and blocking pedestrian access to Pleasance Park, regarding your application, it's for it's a unit that's going to be for young vulnerable and single mothers, from single parents is what my understanding is. Is it perhaps better that you're limiting the access of the amount of people that can walk up there? It will keep it more secure than it's a case of, if you're going up there, you're generally going to have a reason for being up there.
I would agree, yes, that keeping that access point blocked off would certainly give the site better security for the people living there. Yes, I would agree, yes.
Okay, if there are no other questions for the applicant and agent, gentlemen, if you'd like... Oh, Andy. Sorry. If you'd like to resume your seat, gentlemen, please. Andy. Then Andrew.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. I have to say I'm very convinced by Lynn's representation of the objectors, the way it stands just now. And I'd have to say we need to commend Lockerbie here for actually listening to their tenants and another thing, which is right next door. I didn't want to cut short this, but we desperately need this type of housing in Dumfries. And if the only barrier to that happening is that we don't have a pedestrian access, I'd be happy to move the recommendations with the deletion of that one sentence about the pedestrian access between Pleasance Avenue and the development hereby approved.
Okay, thanks for that, Andy. I've got Andrew, David McKee, David, James and Ivor.
Chair, I'm happy to second Andy Ferguson's motion.
Thank you. David McKee.
I think what Councillor Justo said was correct. We're only looking at this aspect of the cycle route and all that sort of thing, pedestrian access for the people supposedly going for the flats onto the Annan Road. But we've got to remember there's other people going about who could be looking to cause trouble in that site. And these youngsters are in there for a reason, and they're being supported for a reason. And I think we need to restrict the pedestrian access, certainly from that point of view, where it's not necessary to have it there. And on that basis, I think this is a great application. As has been said, there's youngsters out there who need this sort of support, and I would commend it. Certainly happy with it, Chair.
Thank you. I've got David, James, Ivor, Jane and Jeff.
And not much to add. I think both developments side by side, both of them in different ways would benefit from the lack of through traffic. So even if this is an exception to the normal policy of pedestrian access, I would like to also support the proposal with the exclusion of the condition that there must be a pedestrian pathway.
Okay, Ivor.
Chair, I think Councillor Maitland made some good points about the north facing, but the site has restraints on it in the shape that it is and things like that. I'm not going to vote against it. I think they look like sheds. I don't think they look like houses. They're quite industrial in look. Maybe it's just my old-fashioned view on architecture. I can understand why you wouldn't want to have pedestrian access, because you could then bring people who you wouldn't want in that area, and it would disturb the neighbours of through traffic coming from the other side. So I'll support it, but I don't like the design.
Contemporary is the word. Aye,
but I'm old-fashioned.
Jane?
Well, I have no problem at all with the design, because the design is for where it is, which is an industrial area. And that's the problem with all of this. I've been nagging away at me, what's wrong with this? And the answer is, because we're putting it next to a Class 5 industrial estate. We're putting it next to an industrial area. And, you know, the design is brilliant. if it was orientated in a different way, I think it's great. I think absolutely no difficulty at all. But I'm truly sorry that I cannot find in my heart to agree to something which I think will be depressing to live in. I'm really sorry. I feel that sort of fundamentally here. I feel it will be depressing to live in. And at this point, I think I've got to suggest that this is inappropriate siting of domestic buildings next to an industrial estate, industrial property, class 5 industrial. And I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly what that particular policy is, but I will look it up if necessary.
I take it that's just an observation, Jane.
No, it will be a motion.
Okay,
once I've found what to say.
Jeff and then Andy.
Yeah, I agree what's been said about opening this up as a shortcut effectively between Dumfries High School and Morrison's. I think it'd be just going to create a nuisance not only for the existing tenants and residents in Pleasance Park and Cottages, but also for the residents in the new development. So I do think that would be totally counterproductive, and I think we've been quite high-handed by insisting they put this in. And I agree we should remove that condition.
Okay, Andy, you ready to put a motion forward or no? An argument now?
No, I must say, I totally get it, but I think living about 15, 20 yards from Hope Place, I can tell you that the problem is people coming out with, not people who are actually living in Hope Place. And more for the big houses up the back coming home, with a good bevy in them late at night. So, and a lot of the youngsters we're talking about here will get their eye teeth for any house, right? Not particularly one. Now, I take Jane's point about the mental health issues and everything else, but I have confidence that the developers will look at that sympathetically and see how that can be done working with the officers on the field.
Good. I've got Katie wanting to speak, but I'm waiting on Jane putting a motion up.
It's OP1, is it not?
An amendment anyway.
It's about land use conflict, in essence.
Chair, if it helps, yes, in terms of land use conflict, you're probably OP1A in terms of general amenity that you're citing it. Did you also have concerns about the north-facingness of it and the?
Well, that's particularly why I am concerned about it. There is the fact that it's north-facing, but I don't know that there is anything to hang that design-wise. It's about design and amenity for the inhabitants, but I'm not certain about whether that is actually one of our policies. If it is, I will add that in. But at the moment, it's OP1 because of the issue of land use conflict.
Okay, so we have a motion by Andy, seconded by Andrew. We have an amendment by Jane and Katie. Did you want to speak, or does Jane have a seconder? You want to speak?
Yes, can I speak?
Yes, and then Jim McComb's got a second, Jane.
Okay, thank you. It was just to ask, really, Councillor Ferguson asked the question previously whether these were homes for life, and the answer that came from Lorburn was this wasn't, and certainly in the papers it refers to supported accommodation. I will put my hand up and say I've stayed in supported accommodation myself. It looked onto an industrial estate. It wasn't particularly pleasant, but it was temporary. Has there been any indication as to how long residents would be living in the accommodation for? Because
it's no part of the plan application. You can speak to Lorburn about it offline.
Okay, no, it's just the point was raised that this housing was potentially depressing, and actually it's not homes for life, but. Okay. If it's not part, it's not part.
Yes, and obviously it depends how long each individual person gets to get to the next stage. Hey, Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I've got concerns about the design, the massing and the orientation, and on that basis I'm happy to support Jane's motion.
Which is to refuse the application. Okay. Nick, you have a motion and an amendment.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we have a motion proposed by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Giusti, is to agree the application subject to the conditions in the report with the with an amended condition 4 so that any reference to a pedestrian access to Pleasance Park from the development is omitted. We have an amendment proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McComb, which is to refuse the application, citing land use conflict, OP1A, and inappropriate siting of a domestic property in close proximity to an industrial use.
Can we move to the vote now?
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Blake. Councillor Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor James. Councillor Lever.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Murray.
Motion.
Councillor Tate. Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, so voting is 16 members voting in favour of the motion, 2 in favour of the amendment. Therefore, the motion is carried. The application is approved, subject to the amended condition for omitting any reference to the pedestrian access being provided from the site to Pleasance Park.
Thanks, Nick. It's nearly 1 o'clock. We'll have a half-hour recess. Return here at 1:25. Thank you, members. Come back. We come to agenda item number 8. Alterations and change of use of dwelling house to form office, reception and café with associated parking area, siting of vehicle wash bay and associated works at Crossways Filling Station, Glasgow Road, Gretna. This is a full application, reference number 18/0738/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and again Pat Hannes substituting for Torrell Glendinning. So Pat, if you'd take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is within a mixed-use area within Gretna. We've got the outlet village on the east, the northeast. We've got a public house on the northwest, on the other side of the roundabout. And as you can see on this plan, there's car parks that serve the mixed-use area to the north and south, the wider north and south. Beyond that, there are other hotels and mixed-use facilities. The existing site is located on the roundabout itself and comprises a filling station to the north of the site with a small retail kiosk area for sales. At the access on the right-hand side of the screen, there is a car wash bay. There's a porter cabin on the left-hand side of the site. And then moving down the site, there is a garage in the bottom left-hand corner with the dwelling house immediately next to that. The proposal involves the change of use of the dwelling house to an office, reception and a cafe. It involves the removal of a porter cabin and the siting of a new car wash bay. It looks to formalise the parking areas. The filling station is to have a payment terminal added to allow fuel to be accessed out with normal hours. And there are various associated minor alterations as a result of these changes. This is the main building on the site. This is the existing floor plans and elevations, and you can see on the floor plan that the garage and MOT area are within the large open space there, with the dwelling house on the right-hand side. The proposal is for the dwelling house to be converted to offices and meeting rooms and so on the left-hand side of the image, and the right-hand side of the dwelling house will become a cafe with outdoor seating space that overlooks the road towards the outlet centre. These are the proposed elevations. There are some minor changes to the windows. Most notable changes to the windows are on the gable elevation that you can see on the bottom there, which is to have a large window installed for the cafe. Payment column for the filling station. And moving on to the slides, this is looking into the site. The filling station, obviously, on the right-hand side, and just beyond that, behind the car wash bay, is the dwelling house and the garage, with the current informal parking area to the far left, as you can see, just next to the road. This is standing at the pedestrian access to the outlet village and looking across, and you can see the gable there, which is proposed to have a window in it as part of the cafe facilities. Stepping out and looking back down the road again. The access is to be improved at this point. And these are the current parking arrangements. And just moving along slightly, a pedestrian link is to be included at the left-hand side of the screen there to allow people to move from the cafe and other facilities on that side to the outlet village. Existing car wash, and this is the site of the proposed car wash. The white porter cabin would be removed as part of the proposals, and a reverse view looking back at Gretna Gateway beyond. This is the existing dwelling house, which is clearly associated with the operations on the site rather than being an independent dwelling house. And this is moving around into the rear curtilage of that, which is to be a parking area for the wider site. And finally, this is looking at the western side of the site, looking at the white porter cabin, which would be removed, and a car wash bay put in that location there. Objections have been raised relating to the changing character to the area that will result from this proposal. However, as just seen, Crossways Filling Station and garage is already located within an area of mixed use, and with the outlet centre opposite and Gretna in to the north. And in this context, the change of use that's proposed of the dwelling house to office and cafe are considered to be acceptable. The traffic and noise generated by the proposal is not anticipated to be any worse than already exists at the site, and neither the Council Roads Officer nor the Environmental Health Officer have raised any objections to the proposal, and as a result, it's recommended that the application be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions for the case officer, Ian? And then Ian.
Just one. I noticed on page 62 it says there's no requirement for planning permission for an extension to 24 hours because there's nothing on it just now. What's the position with the car wash? Is that restricted in hours of operation?
Just bear with me a moment, just looking at the history. In 2006, the car wash was relocated on the site. I don't have the details of that 2006 permission to know whether there is a restriction on that, but given that it is a relocation of an existing one, it would seem unlikely, if there was no condition on the filling station originally, that there would have been on the car wash.
Thanks, Ian. Ian?
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the conditions on page 68 and 69, I'm just looking to see if there's anything in regards to any potential, I suppose, acoustic type barrier between the current existing use which is industrial stroke residential, and what's the residential? I suppose it's really extending in part, I think, the industrial use towards closer to the residential use that's there. I would have thought, I see plenty about planting conditions, and I see in regards to parking, I don't see anything specifically in relation to acoustic barriers, noise, sound, odour, that type of thing. Is there anything there, please? Pat?
Okay, thanks, Chair. No, there's nothing proposed, and the reason for that is that at the moment we have effectively an unrestricted use at that site. So that because there is no restriction on noise from a planning perspective on that existing use, it's the proposal is not making that situation any worse, and it would be unreasonable of us to then impose a condition that restricts the original use of the site, and therefore there is no condition. That said, under normal environmental health legislation, if there is a justified noise complaint, then environmental health under their legislation would have to investigate that. And that will be the case now, or whether the proposal was approved or not.
Thanks, Ian. If there are no other questions, we come to the first objector. The first objector is Helen Byers. Helen, you will have 3 minutes, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation to a conclusion, and if you just kindly wait in case any members have questions for you. Thank you, and just whenever you're ready.
I've kind of nearly lost my voice, so just bear with us. My name's Helen Byers. I live at 17 Sackfoot Close. That's 17. From the map, you will be able to see that my property faces directly onto these new plans. I live at 17 Sackfoot Close with my 2 young boys, and the 2 main factors for my objection are my privacy, and the main factor is my security with the new plans. So I feel that having the outdoor sitting area at the gable end of the property and the pedestrian walkway along the side of my fence and the car park on my boundary fence, it's going to overlook my property with no privacy, with people dining in the cafe, out on the outside part of the cafe. The constant noise outside with people obviously sitting, dining, and going to and from the gateway. The other worry is that if you can see from the map there, the hedge is part of my boundary, and across from that is a fence, which currently you can see there is parking outside, but them vehicles move very rarely throughout the day. They're breakdown trucks, so only going out when required. My worry is obviously the cars are going to be coming in from 7 o'clock in the morning to the cafe to 7 o'clock, possibly later in the evening. So the noise from that is obviously going to affect me. The walkway will also go right along my boundary. So again, that's the constant noise and chatting and shouting, etc., as well as litter that will obviously be caused from the cafe and the people sitting outside. So as you can see, my bungalow is only a couple of metres from this boundary area, as my garden backs right onto the site. The other part of security that I'm worried about is the current vehicles that are there, them breakdown trucks, regularly smash my fence down. And I mean regularly, it's not just a one-off. It's currently halfway down at the moment when a breakdown truck has gone through yesterday or the day before. So with the entrance, I'm not against the plans totally. I just believe that the entrance of the cafe needs to be moved. So not at the back as their plans are, or to the side, to be moved back onto the forecourt area.
Can you draw a presentation to conclusion, please?
Yep. I would also like you to seriously consider moving where the cars are parked. So again, to be parked right along the Annan Road, I've got no objection to that, but I do feel strongly that them cars coming in and out along my boundary are going to have a severe impact on me and my boys. So That's everything.
Thanks
you.
very much, Helen. Do any members have any questions for Helen? In that case, Helen, thank you very much. Sorry, there's one, John Young.
Hello, Helen, thank you for that. Could you clarify the ownership of that hedge?
Of what, sorry?
The hedge, who owns the hedge?
The hedge is joint. You can see from the side of the garage, the owner is currently trying to kill it. From my side, it's lovely and green and lush, but from that side, it is dying. But it's joint. The fence is owned by the garage owner officially.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, other members. Thanks, Helen. Just resume your seat. Thank you. Now we have a joint presentation between Stephen and Julie Garner, and again, collectively, you'll have 3 minutes, and just I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go, just to draw your presentation to a conclusion.
Hello, we are Mr. and Mrs. Garner, 15 Sarkfoot Close, Gretna. Our property backs onto the proposed car park and cafe site. Impact on residential amenity. It says our window to proposed cafe window distance is approximately 19.5 metres. We believe that this distance is inaccurate and is actually less than the window to window requirement of 18 metres. We believe the drawings show our house on our site plans are not a true representation. We believe they show the wrong angle and position. They show a more severe angle and does not show the true overlooking values from our window to the cafe window that is being enlarged on the plans. The 6 car parking bays along our boundary fence to our property are only about 3.8 metres from the corner of our house. People would be able to look directly up and into our bathroom and bedroom from this area, as we're a 2-storey. Residential amenity, once again. The Crime Reduction Officer stated the fence is 1.8 and there will be no police objections. The fence is actually 1.6 at present and goes down to 1.5. Our property also sits higher than the site. The problem would be overlooking into the car park, cafe entrance and outdoor seating. The drawing shows our boundary fence measured to the cafe entrance. This is where the car parking area would be, as 11 metres. The distance for a vehicle turning aisle is 10.8 metres. So with the flagged area and warning place at the cafe entrance, we feel this would be very tight and not enough space for parking. The drawings seem to show 2 main entrances to the cafe on our garden site and one to the forecourt site, and would like to ask which is the proposed front and rear of cafe. The plans show the bins on the side facing our gardens should the bins be to the rear. We are concerned that there will be constant noise all day from the outdoor dining area, car bays, people talking, shouting, engines and car doors opening, shutting, and litter, a big problem, and light shining in. All this from 7 till 7 at night. All the above will have a massive impact on our lives. We ask if the plans can be reconsidered not to have an entrance to the cafe facing our gardens and removing the car parking on our boundary fences. We ask if you can look into all these points we have made, and could we have an official site visit to look at all these issues and measurements regarding all our concerns. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Stephen and Julie. Anyone have any questions for either Stephen or Julie on their presentation? Katie?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Can I just ask, I appreciate that the pictures that we have up here aren't always useful, so quite often I sit with Google Images trying to get an accurate view. And I note that there's a Gretna Inn just at the other side of the roundabout, which also has an outdoor sitting area. Is there issues with litter and antisocial behaviour already at that site that's making you concerned that there's going to be those issues at this site? Because obviously they're either side of the roundabout. Yes. So are there already existing issues at that property?
The Gretna Inn outdoor seating area is quite a bit of a distance away. That's on the other side of the proposed site. So we don't really hear any noise or any issues there, but there is slight litter there from time to time with certain things, but it's not an issue to us because the area is quite far away, isn't it? Considering, yeah. But the area concerned is only metres away from our property.
I guess my question is, in terms of the littering and the antisocial, although it may not affect you directly, are you aware if there is littering and antisocial behaviour at that site?
Yes, we are, yes.
Thanks, Katie. If there are no other questions Thank you very much both of you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Members, we're now in session. Ian?
Thanks, yeah. I know the site fairly well. Been obviously going there for petrol at times. Obviously, it's obviously the gateway as well. But I'm still struggling to really clearly understand visually, even though we've seen photos and such like, in regards to the layout, the potential effect, and how all these things correlate together. I can see the way the planting is. You think that may well help some of the comments that have been made. But I think the close proximity, the facing of the cafe in particular, the parking towards the residential area, I'd just like to understand a bit better if we could see how that conflict possibly is and what options we've got in regards to mitigating that. But I think in the first instance, I would like to have a site visit, Chairman, just to fully make us all a fay with the layout of the site and the comments that we made. Because as we know, people don't come up here and object for the sake of objecting, sit here for half the day and raise their objections. I think in order to take it seriously, I think we need to have a site visit. And so I would propose that, Chairman, if that's okay.
Okay, is there any other member willing to agree to a site visit, or do we have enough information before us today for a determination? You have a request for a site visit, Ronnie?
I'll second that, actually. Site visit.
Okay. Are there any alternative proposals? Jane Maitland?
I have enough information here, Chairman, to make a decision today. Thank you.
Is anyone similar minded to Jane? Elaine?
Yeah, I agree with Jane.
Okay, in that case, we have to decide, Nick, whether or no. So we have a motion for a site visit, amendment that we have enough information before us today. Can you just remind us what to do and then go to the voting, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. The motion proposed by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Tate, is to have a site visit. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Murray, is to determine the application today. So, Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Gilroy isn't here. Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor James. Isn't here. Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin. Isn't here. Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Murray.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate. Motion. Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, so voting is as follows: nine members voting in favour of the motion, 7 members voting in favour of the amendment. Therefore, the motion is carried, so there will be a site visit.
Thank you, members. No more business on that particular agenda item. We'll see you at Gretna. Thank you. We come to agenda item number 9, erection of garage stroke workshop and MOT station class 5 at plot at Castle Hill, Whithorn. This is a planning application for planning permission in principle application. Reference number is 18/0406/PIP. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is Iona Brooke. Iona, just take us through your presentation.
Chair, before we start, I should have possibly declared an interest at the start to say that I was contacted by an objector with some concerns, and I was also present at the Community Council meeting where the item was discussed. However, I never took any part in that discussion, and I've never made a decision until I come today to view that. So I'm not declaring an interest. I just wanted to put it on record that I have been contacted by various people involved.
Thank you, Katie. I think we all received emails if that's if you're making reference to. But thank you for that. Iona, if you're ready, whenever you're ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
The application before you is brought to you because it requires to be considered by the Planning Application Committee as it has received more than 6 time-use and individual representations. Permission is sought for the erection of a garage and workshop and MOT station at the site of Castle Hill at Whithorn. It is in the bottom right-hand corner here. The site lies within an agricultural field in open countryside due east of the village. Due north of the site, we have an area that is used for recreational purposes, with residential dwellings to the north-east and to the west here. The application is indeed for planning permission in principle, and therefore full details of the design, external appearance, landscaping, siting, etc. would be matters to be assessed under a forthcoming application for approval of matters specified in conditions should this application be approved. However, an indicative floor plan and site plan have been provided by the applicant. This is the application site. As you'll see, it's an open agricultural field. This is taken from Castle Hill, looking down towards Ketburn Place with application site to your right. This is a view from Castle Hill, looking down towards the site. The site is just beyond the dwelling to the right there. This is looking back west into the village with the site on the left. This is just from the junction at Ketburn Place looking towards the site. And this is looking back up towards the village again, up Castle Hill, with the site to the left and the recreational ground to the right. This again is taken just from outside Ketburn Place. You'll see the recreational facilities to the right, with the immediately beyond the road is the site itself. And that we have Ketburn Place. This is an inset map taken from the local development plan. Policy ED1 supports the principle of business development within established and allocated business sites. In this instance, the area which is at the very top of the map here, which is highlighted in purple, is allocated for business and industrial uses within Whithorn and encompasses an area of 2.8 hectares. The policy ED1 goes on to state that such uses on allocated sites will only be supported in exceptional circumstances where it can be demonstrated that there is a need for the proposal at that specific location. In this instance, there has not been an overriding case made for the proposed business development on this site, and the location of a Class 5 general industrial unit on an allocated housing site is likely to give rise to land use conflict, not only to existing residents who have benefited from a relatively quiet and semi-rural setting to date, but also future occupants of the area, in terms of increased traffic, odour, noise, light, etc. As such, the policy is contrary to provisions set out within the local development plan in terms of policy ED1, business and industry, H1, housing, and OP1, development considerations. Members are therefore respectively requested to refuse the application before them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking on the report compiled here, and 1.3 says that the site is recognised as an area where the great crested newts may habitat. Can I ask, what is that based on fact, or what's that? You know, I'm looking for facts, and may habitat or they may not. Can I ask what that's based on?
Iona.
We have, at our discretion, we have a mapping system which, when we pinpoint a site in the setting available to us, it highlights what constraints are given, and that area has been highlighted by Scottish Natural Heritage as an area that habitats may indeed be habitated by the newts.
So on that point, can I ask if SNH has been approached to ask for their opinion? Because obviously SNH are quite often asked for consultation. So if you've used their data, have you asked them for if they have any objections to the site?
We've not, no.
I've got Elaine and then Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 4.5, you make mention of a 2.8 hectare area of land at Stirnie-Burney Bridge in Whitburn had been allocated for business development use. Is there land available for this type of development there? Would it be a suitable location?
Sorry, there is, yes. That's the area that I've highlighted in that is shown. This is the Stirnie Bridge area there.
And that would there would be land available for there for this development, should they?
There is currently, yes.
Thanks, Elaine. Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. My question is regarding on the recommendation 5.1. It's not been demonstrated that there is a need for the proposed general industrial use. Can I ask what would be a reasonable need for an industrial unit?
As I explained earlier, for a proposal for such a use on an unallocated site would only be supported in exceptional circumstances where it can be demonstrated that there is a need for the proposed use at a specific location and that other sites are unsuitable. We did not receive any justification as to why this site was the only site that would be suitable for this business at this location, and therefore it is recommended for approval. Is it against policy?
Thanks, Andrew. Andy, and then Jim, and then John.
Seems to be a variation on the theme. It's the same question, isn't it? I'm going to come up with, is it available or allowable is the question. The other land is it available or is it allowed to be developed? Because for me, available means that I can actually get access to it, but others might have ownership, and I know ownership doesn't come into planning applications, but if they can't get ownership, why would somebody waste a fortune on putting a planning application in for somewhere where they can't get it, where there's another bit of land that could, with exception, be actually used? And it's unfortunate we've not got the applicant here because we could maybe have asked that question. So I think David wants to tell me.
I'll ask David to answer that.
I double checked, with the LDP team this morning, and not only is that site identified in the adopted LDP, but as part of the LDP2 process, they contacted all the relevant landowners to make sure it was still available. And we got confirmation from the owner that as part of that process, that the field is still available for development. So we've got that in writing from the owner. So it's both identified and the owner says it's available.
Andy?
Yeah, I think the $64,000 question, and we can't actually answer it here, is, yeah, but at what cost? Right, because we've had that elsewhere where people have said, yeah, it's available, but this is what it's got to cost you. It's just exorbitant because they've got ownership of the land that's been designated.
I think that still shouldn't supersede the LDP though. And we'll have a professional advice, and if we don't choose to take it, you'll do that when we're in session. Jim and then John.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points of clarification. Several times I've heard reference to the village of Whithorn. Whithorn is a royal borough, as we in the council should be well aware. Secondly, the application it states at the top, a Class 5 industrial use. Now, Class 5, as far as I'm aware, can include heavy industry. Now, is it definitely Class 5? Because my information is that it was a Class 7.
I've got David looking the Bible. He'll be able to help you.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, just in terms of the hierarchy, Whithorn is identified as a district centre, so probably reference to village shouldn't be correct in that instance. I would accept that. In terms of use, yes, general industrial is Class 5.
David, could you tell me what Class 7 is?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask that. Class 6 is storage and distribution. They changed all of them. So long since I've used it, I wouldn't want to mislead you. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Is it important? Do you need to find out? David, if it's so important.
It may be important, Chair, yes.
I mean, irrespective of what Class 7 is, a Class 5 use is a garage. It's an industrial process.
So it's definitely Class 5.
Yeah, I think Class 7, I could be wrong, is non-residential institutions from memory, but I can check that. But the only sort of industrial category is Class 5. Below that is Class 4, which is business use that can be carried on in a residential area. But by virtue of the activities going on involved here, it would be a Class 5 use.
Katie.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back on that. I asked previously about whether we'd contacted SNH. The Royal Borough of Whithorn is a world-renowned site for potentially the seat of Christianity within the UK, and as a result, archaeology is hugely important to the town. Can I ask why we've not asked the opinion of our council archaeologist? Other applications we do use the council archaeologist. It's not referenced here again that we've asked for consultation. Can I ask why not?
Again, we have a mapping system that when we pinpoint a site on the mapping system, it brings up the constraints of that site, and archaeological site constraints were not highlighted at this juncture, so we didn't consult with archaeologists because of that.
You could, if you were minded, place a condition if we agree to approve this, that an archaeologist is engaged as part of the construction process, if you feel inclined to do that if we get to that stage, Katie. Any other questions for the Ivor?
Chair, is the housing site deliverable? Because it says here that the part of the site floods within 1.3.
Iona or David?
Chair, all it actually says under policy WTH H3 Ladycroft is flood risk will need to be investigated to determine whether the minor water course that runs through the site will have an impact on the development of the site. So it doesn't preclude it, it's just saying it would need to be investigated as part of the proposal.
Ivor?
Chair, it's just under 1.3, it says with high likelihood of flooding within the report. So that would suggest that there's a high likelihood of flooding rather than needing just to be investigated.
David?
I was just quoting from what's actually in the LDP, so any proposal for housing on that site would require flood risk, but I can't override whatever else anybody else has said on that one, I'm afraid.
Can I just jump in there? On the mapping system, we do have the area which is proposed to be within this development site, which lies adjacent to the burn, is shown as to be at a high risk of flooding, and that's why it was included in the report.
Okay, if there are no other questions, Andy?
Sorry, Jim, for keeping this going, but I do understand this. Why is it then dedicated housing land if there's a high risk of flooding?
Well, I think like most things, folk will try and engineer that out if they're keen enough to build, but I can't answer why that is. I mean, you've got information before you. And we're not talking about housing, we're talking about an application for a Class 5 industrial site. Ian?
Very short, Chairman. It's just that the reference at the top there, the MOT station Class 5, it's just an odd chance there is a confusion there. There is a Class 5 MOT. So it may be that.
David?
I can't comment on whether or not there's a Class 5 MOT, but certainly the use class, as far as we're understanding it, is Class 5 because it's a workshop of a garage, which would fall within the planning use Class 5.
It may be a coincidence, I'm reading it actually. MOT Class 5.
Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, we can rewrite that if need be. Come to speakers. We have first speaker is Marie Clements. Marie, hiya. We've got 3 minutes for you. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to conclusion. And if you kindly wait in case there are questions, I'd be grateful to you.
Good afternoon, councillors. My parents have lived for 26 years right beside the site for the proposed Schedule 3 bad neighbour development with amenity issues. They are 81 and 78. This application does not recognise the historical, design and landscape characteristics of the Royal Borough of Whithorn, nor does it respect the vulnerability of people or wildlife around it. People travel increasingly to Dumfries and Galloway for its pristine landscape, its charming towns and villages and its culture. Excellent local plans for pilgrimage routes and pilgrims' bunkhouse encourage walking and cycling and fit with the council's plans for green tourism. This application runs counter to fostering these initiatives as it would bring more commercial vehicle traffic, which would affect road safety. On the route to the proposed garage are key educational, community and leisure facilities. Castle Hill already gets overwhelmed. And I think, there we go. This affects the most scenic cycle route from Whithorn to the Arle. There has already been a tragic death on the C36W right where the development is planned. It involved 2 local people. This could easily in future be another young person, cyclist or walker. With an estimated height of over 9 metres, that's 30 feet, with a large car park, this building will mean the garden and house at Braesview next door will be overwhelmed and overlooked with a loss of privacy and light. At the Community Council meeting, the applicant said the garage workshop would be a metal building. The proportions are massive. Your roads department have stated that 8 parking bays on the plan will not be enough and 14 bays are required, which would require a sizable area of tarmac. The over-engineered road entrance to the development suggests that bigger things may be repaired. The MOT bay workshop looks excessively large for Class 7 vehicles, and its length and width could fit HGV vehicles. There are no elevations presented for this planning application. The business's Facebook page states it repairs not just vehicles but boats and planes too. Such a garage workshop belongs on the local industrial business site or a similar site on a main road where it can deal with any size project. There are vulnerable and young people who live, study and play around the field. Those with hearing impairment and mobility problems will have issues with increased traffic, whether that's diesel, petrol or electric. The MOT test includes a horn test going off throughout the day. That's just one thing.
30 seconds to go, Marie.
The residents love the local wildlife. There are no current surveys into what exactly is in and around the Ketburn. The Ket is important. It features in the conservation area character appraisal. Retaining water quality is crucial to sustaining habitat. An otter has been seen walking down a street in Whithorn, so it's evident they are in the Ketburn with its abundant eels and trout. Tourists come to see wildlife, history and landscape, not the garages they see in the built-up areas most people live in. This application's impact on the residents, visitors, students and wildlife of Castle Hill and Ketburn Place could be potentially dangerous, injurious to health and inhumane. There are available industrial sites where this development belongs and could flourish. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Marie. Any questions for the objector? In that case, thank you, Marie. Kindly take your seat again. Oh, sorry, I have a belated one from Jim McComb.
Miss Clements, you state that your parents live next to the site. Now, I'm looking at the map here, and I see no building next to the site.
You'll have to give my layman's terms. This is Braesview. This has been my parents' home for 26 years.
Right.
So the field is just across the U Road, which is used by large agricultural vehicles very regularly.
So it's across the road from the site, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'd call that right beside in a semi-rural area, yeah.
It is across the road.
If you want to call it across the road, but
Right.
I think that's beside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
No other questions. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you.
We now have the next objector, Lawrence Wilson. Lawrence, I'm sure I won't need to remind you it's 3 minutes with 30 seconds. I'll tell you to draw your presentation to conclusion. And just whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee. Start the clock now. Good afternoon, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Let me refer you, if I may, to an application that was up this morning, where we had affordable housing by the local housing authority next to an industrial estate. And it didn't go down too well with yourselves in as much as that seemed to be contrary to each type of development. There were non-conforming uses. This is what is being suggested with this application. This is a non-conforming use in any manner of planning. It's a non-conforming use to the general area because generally we have houses around about the area. Essentially, the council have done a very good job with the local plan and they've identified industrial estates at the top end of that map. Large areas of industrial estates next to the main road. Ideal for petrol stations, MOT stations, large vehicles and all types. Not anywhere near a school. and not anywhere near a housing estate. When we look at the committee report, the case officer has made the case for us. I agree with her entirely. The application is contrary to policy H1, ED1 and OP1. This proposal does not conflict with the last 3 years of your consideration of your emerging local plan. You, all of you here today, have allocated that land for housing, and I can see absolutely no reason why it should not stay as housing. Chairman, I thank you for this time.
I thank you for your brevity, Lawrence.
Something new, Chair.
Does anyone have any questions for Lawrence? Thank you very much, Lawrence. Thank you for coming forward. We now have Matthew Bridge, agent for the applicant. Matthew, you again will have 3 minutes, and I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And again, if you kindly wait for questions, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready, sir.
Is it on? Right. Well, the first point I wanted to make has already been touched on. The area shown at the top of the town, which is designated for business and industrial use, we have not found any evidence that any of the works that would make it available have been done. There has been no attempt to market it. We approached Joe Baxter of ABA Matthews to ask him to look at whether or not the site had been marketed. He can find no evidence that it has been, and I have a letter to that effect. The owner has actually been asked if he's willing to sell the site, and he said he wasn't. So, as far as we're aware, it is not available to my client. The fact that the site is shown in the LP does not mean it's actually available if it's not available for sale, which is the point has been made. At present, there are no other sites or buildings in Whithorn in the right use class that my client's son could buy to develop his business. If there are no sites available on the appropriate land, it would not be unreasonable for you to support an application on other land. David's son Barry started his business in 2013. He rented a premises in Cacawan because that was what was available to him, but he rapidly realised that he had a possible strong client base in Whithorn, his hometown. When it became available, he rented premises in Whithorn. They were in the right use class, but they were an old blacksmith shop and not really suited. There were no amenities or facilities. He cannot legally employ anybody at the workshop. He cannot have an apprentice. But it has enabled him to develop a strong client base and made him realise that there is a good future for him to run a garage in Whithorn. Barry is young. He is willing to borrow to invest to develop his business with the intention of providing proper services for his community and to create employment in his town. His intention is to employ an additional engineer, 2 apprentices, and eventually an office manager. This garage will be his future, and it needs to be such that it will be able to install the technology that will be required to service vehicles of the future. In order to develop what he has established and to do the most for his community, he needs to be on a site in Whithorn. Davey has been trying hard to sell the land he has for development, for housing. He sold 2 plots, but since the all-weather playing pitch on the other side of the road was built with its floodlights, no one has been interested.
30 seconds to go, sir.
He has even offered the site for shelter housing at a reduced price, but it was turned down. The pitch is used till after 10 at night. Davey has actually already applied to have the site altered to industrial. Unfortunately, his paper application was overlooked by the office here. It has now been submitted to the Minister for consideration. Given that there are no suitable sites of this use class available, and there is no interest in the land for housing, my client wants to make the land that has been in his family for generations, available to give Barry, or to enable Barry to secure his future. Both the workshops Barry runs are surrounded by houses. There have been no complaints of any sort since he started there.
Can you draw your presentation to a conclusion, please?
As a rule, he closes at 5 p.m. and the pitch carries on till 10. Can I just clear up one thing? We informed the planning officer when our work was put in that the assumption it was a Class 5 was wrong, and it's actually a Class 7 MOT station. And that's where some of this confusion has appeared. For some reason, the planning officer has never changed the Class 5 to Class 7, but they were informed of it.
I'm sure the planning officer will deal with that when we're in session. If there are any questions for the applicant, I've got Andrew and then Ian.
Thanks, Chair. One of my questions, well, one of the things that was brought up by the objectors was the children playing in the area. Now, from what I'm looking at on this map and what I saw on the big screen, is that the entrance to the site is actually going to be on the kind of wee farm road that comes off to the side. So, and I didn't see a pavement on that. But my question is, what is going to be done for the rest of the perimeter to stop kids or to stop folk from coming onto the site?
Well, it is only an application in principle. We're happy to discuss what may be needed in the way of design and mitigation. The intention is, though, to have a dike around the site. Part of the problem is that the milk tanker going up the farm road frequently demolishes the wall on the corner. One of the reasons that we have designed the access road as we have shown it is because it effectively widens the road and makes it safer for vehicles turning into that side road. And that's part of the reason that we sited the entrance where we did. May I also say that roads have been consulted and they have not raised any issues.
Thanks, Andrew. Ian?
Just on one of the last points were made by the agent. Class 7 MOT station and the Class 7, I think the business use, which we talk about as Class 5, two completely different things. We need to be absolutely clear on what the agent's referring to, because I don't think it's Class 7 business use. I think Class 7 MOT station is reference to the type of vehicle that can actually MOT rather than the business use. Just get clarity in regards to the comment that you made.
It is indeed.
I said we would ask the officer when the questions to the agent were finished. Are you asking the agent?
Yes. Class 7 relates to the size of the vehicles that can be MOT'd. It's not to do with the business use or the planning use class. Planning use class, it is Class 5.
Thank you. Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Can you confirm the height of the roof? Now, it was earlier stated it would be 9 metres. Is that correct?
Again, this is an application in principle. We have not set upon final design. An estimate made was that 9 metres was about right, but it is only an application in principle.
Jim, Katie.
Thank you for that. And certainly, as a member of the Planning Committee, we have to be bound by the legislation and the rules that are stated. Now, the officer has stated that there aren't any exceptional circumstances as to why we should approve this. Can I ask what your opinion is on why the circumstances are exceptional and we should? Because obviously, if we were to vote in favour of approving this application, we need to do it within the constraints. And if there's not been exceptional circumstances.
Right.
So I've just like your feedback. One other question was, if the application was to be approved, sorry, I'm trying to get into the mic, would you be willing to work with archaeologists in terms of just ensuring that the site, that there's nothing there that could be damaged, so to speak?
Answering your last question first, that is something which my client would have to agree to, but I can see no reason why he wouldn't. The crux of this, to me, sits upon the fact that actually there are no suitable sites available in Whithorn. Though this site is designated, the owner, though he may tell the planners one thing, is not interested in actually selling it or developing it. That said, we have also looked to see if there are any other suitable sites, and there are none available at this time that could be bought, at which point you have to ask the question, has my client got a good reason or need to be there? He has established a business there, his client base is there, and yes, I think he has a good reason to be there. And as he can't find a site which is on the correct designation of land, he has to look somewhere. Where I didn't get to finish on this was that my client has been trying to sell the land for housing. Nobody is interested in it for housing. The all-weather pitch on the other side of the road is very bad for noise. People play on it till 10:30 at night. It is floodlit. He has offered it to social housing. They turned it down for exactly that reason. He was offered to take a reduced price for it. I don't think my client being on that site would be less polluting than that is, and there is nowhere else within Whithorn that is available. So I think you can consider it.
Just one final point. Would there be any provision for electric vehicles within?
Well, that is the whole thing about developing something which will be available and capable of coping with the technology that is needed to deal with the generation of vehicles to come. And that is a large part of Barry's forethought.
Okay, Elaine.
I think the issue about the designated site is quite important. Maybe you could advise whether is there anything on that designated site already? Is there any industrial use of that of that designated site already, or is it completely vacant?
No, there is not. The LDP actually states that before it can be developed, the B704 has to be widened, a footpath has to be built, 2 access roads have to be formed. The site will require a flood risk assessment, a contaminated land assessment, and screening from the houses to the west. The owner has made no attempt in the time that the LDP has been in place to do anything about any of those. He has done nothing about marketing it. He is using it as agricultural land. What his eventual intention is, I have no idea. But it is certainly not available to my client.
Thanks, Elaine. If there are no other questions, gentlemen, will you kindly retake your seats, please? Members, we're now in session. I think there are 2 things we need to look at. I think Ian's managed to tweak out the Class 7, Class 5 confusion. Can you confirm that you accept that's being said, David, that it's a Class 5 use in Class 7 MOT?
Yes, that's correct. The reason why in planning reports we'll refer to Class 5 is because it is a planning application, therefore it's a planning use class we'll look at. But I'm grateful for the clarification about Class 7 MOT use as well.
Thank you. And there was a request submitted for a change of use in the last LDP that was omitted. Can you just explain to members how that occurred and what we're doing about it?
Yeah, that was actually only brought to my attention just yesterday by the LDP team after speaking to the applicant. He'd queried whether or not we had actually received a representation to the proposed plan for LDP2. This appeared not to have been considered. The local development plan team did check through the 550 representations and emails again, and although Mr Marshall hadn't actually submitted it on the requested form, which may be why it was overlooked, they were able to find his letter. They've contacted him, apologised for the oversight, contacted the DPA, and they've confirmed they're happy to accept a revised Schedule 4, which the reporter will consider as part of the LDP examination.
And would that have resulted in a change to the designation had it come to us, or a recommendation, should I say?
No, basically what you have in paragraph 4.2 sets out the position of the proposed plan, and that is unchanged. Really, to yourselves today, what you're determining is the application against the adopted 2014 plan, which shows the site as being identified for 5 houses. Again, in the proposed plan, it is shown as the same. Basically, just to run over the scenarios, what happens here is that, well, the representation was exactly the same as you have before you in the planning application, namely a Class 5 garage MOT test station at the eastern side of the housing site. So the local development plan isn't actually, it's a strategic document, so you wouldn't normally consider proposals for allocation on the scale of individual buildings, but nonetheless the reporter has said that you will consider that as part of the examination. In terms of this planning application, obviously we've recommended it for refusal because of the existing allocation in the adopted LDP, but if the committee is minded to approve it today, then there's no further processes to go through. Basically, the reporter then wouldn't need to consider that representation as part of LDP2 because a planning permission would exist. If the application is refused today, then effectively the applicant gets 2 bites at the cherry because he would have a right of appeal against the refusal of planning permission And there would also be, as part of the LDP2 examination, the reporter would consider the submission that's been put in.
Thanks for that, David. Katie, we're in session now.
Thank you. It's just some clarification on what the information you've just given us there, David. On 4.2, we have got down here that the proposed plan of LDP2 is therefore a material consideration, albeit one with limited weight. The last sentence actually says, accordingly, the proposed plan has no effect on consideration and detrimental of this application. However, because you've only just been made aware, is that sentence now no longer valid? Because actually, if the proposed plan has got... I'm confused. On one sentence, you're saying we should look at the proposed plan, and then you're saying, actually, because there was no representations and there's no change in that, it doesn't matter. But actually, the circumstances have changed on that, so actually, therefore, it does matter. So could you just clarify for me, please?
David?
Okay. First and foremost, it's worth paring back. Under Section 25 of the Act, you've got to look at the adopted plan. So the 2014 plan is the one that you look at first and foremost. After that, you look at any other material considerations. A material consideration is the proposed plan. The proposed plan that was published back in January after agreement at full council showed the site still being retained for housing. The only issue now is, as I say, at the 11th hour we've discovered this late representation. The reporter will take that forward and will consider that as part of the examination. So it has a slight increase in weight as a result of that, but the proposed plan that was published back in January still showed it as being a housing site. And that went through full council, so that effectively is the settled view of the council. So the only slight change is that the weight that you would probably give this is slightly more because there's a little bit of uncertainty now because the reporter may look at that. Again, I refer back to what I said earlier, that normally an LDP allocation is a strategic land release. You wouldn't look to allocate an individual building. So for that reason, I don't think it is strategic, but nonetheless, the reporter said they will look into it.
And you would have the option to defer this if you wanted until such times as the reporter considered it. However, that's likely to be a long, protracted process and might not be in the applicant's best interest. Ian?
Chair, I just think it's a really interesting case. I haven't come across one like this for a while, I don't think. But it is unfortunate that there wasn't a supporting document put in with the application, which we could have cast our eyes over. But I think it's been a well-argued case put forward here today. But what we're being told is actually, within the local development plan, there's an allocated site that's available, but really on the ground it's not available at all because it hasn't got a market value for sale, and it's the infrastructure's not in. So you're talking at least 2 years away anyways, even if it came up for the start to make the plan in order to bring it to fruition. They'd have to go through a planning process and their own rights just to put the infrastructure in. So is there an available site right now? No, there's not, is what we're getting told. So we have we've been asked, should we support an application, make an exception to our policies on the grounds that there isn't an available site, that actually there's a beneficial services needed and required in the Whithorn area in regards to this Class 7 MOT testing station and garage. The business case is stacked up, there's good service being provided there is what we're hearing. So, I mean, to me it sounds in real terms like a good news story for Whithorn in regards to the actual economic development side. The economies, you've got a long-standing local residents here looking to grow their business, or establish and grow their business, so to speak. To me, there's an argument that actually says, listen, if we want to take this as an exception, we maybe need to get clarity in regards to whether has it ever been marketed, what's the length of time it may take to bring onto the market or actually be constructed. But if this need is here right now, is there a reason for making an exception? I think there is, and it's on the grounds that there's no available sites contained within the local plan that can actually be used. I know there's sites identified but actually be used. There's nothing up for sale or anything like that, but there is a need in a local area, and that's the business is up, its function, it's running, providing services, essential services to the area. So that's just my thoughts, Chairman. Keen to hear what other people are saying.
Okay, I'll just caution folk about being careful of what we're told, because unless we've got evidence, then it's what we're being told, and I wouldn't suggest that people are telling you things that's not true, but you don't have that in your documents before you. I've got Andrew Justy.
Thanks for letting me in, Chair. My thoughts are very much in line with Ian's. I was interested to note that the Community Council are actually in support of this of this application, and it would have been interesting to have seen a little bit more of what they thought. As the applicant has said, their customer base is in Whithorn. One of the things that Katie pulled out from the applicants was they want to future-proof, they're wanting to MOT, and they're wanting to service electric cars and future-proof the area, which I think is grand. And, well, from the applicants, the other site seems to be a bit out of the picture in a sense. So I'd be happy to move that way, grant this as an exemption to policy.
Okay, I'll come back to you once with other members. Andy Ferguson, Jim McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I raised that earlier, the very bit about availability of suitable land to put this. And like the last two speakers, I'm very mindful here that the wider Whithorn community are supportive of this. In fact, I think it should be all encouragement. They're actually saying that all encouragement should be given to the proposer and his plans for new business and employment in Whithorn, because that is a material planning concern. And I'm still no convinced here at this moment in time that they haven't made a case. I think I'm coming round to thinking here we should actually look in this as an exemption to policy, and look at the views of the wider community in that area.
John McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Earlier on, we heard reference to HGVs. Then we heard of a Class 7 MOT station. Now, the clarification I'm seeking is what type of vehicle does a Class 7 MOT station actually cover? Does it include HGVs?
3.5 tonne, but of course that could change. Once business is established, they could apply for a change to a different designation, I'd imagine, because then it's commercial use. But that's speculative and that's unfair. You've got in front of you what you've got in front of you. David McKee.
Hi, Chair. We've seen a photograph up there, and there was a lorry and a car on the road, and I think there was great difficulty. What's the situation with regards to roads in that area? They've not been mentioned. There was one that you've got one there where you need to lift the car over the wall to let that lorry through. And is that the sort of problems are going to increase by putting that garage there?
Well, I think for business anywhere you need traffic to it, but the roads officer has no objections. It's in your paper. I've got quite a number of folk wanting to speak.
Just because he's no objections doesn't mean to say you shouldn't question it, Chair. He's no here, so I'm quite safe.
Got Elaine, Jane, Maitland and Katie.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I'd started off thinking this was fairly straightforward, because the way the paper was written, because I don't know the area particularly well, I had assumed that there was an industrial site available where the applicant could locate. It now appears that that actually isn't the case. It's land designated, but there is actually no site available. And it's really, I think, changed my view towards this application. It does rather look as if this is the only site that might be available for this business.
I'll ask David to respond to that, and it may be that we need to defer this until we get information on what is actually available, because clearly in the LDP there are sites that are identified. Clearly there is work to be done, and maybe the owner of that land's waiting for a customer before it's developed to accommodate or suit the particular business going to be located there. But David, can you help us with this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, all I can confirm is the basis of information I've got before us. The site is identified in the adopted LDP from 2014, so obviously it came forward as part of that exercise. It's identified as W2H B&I 1, and it's 2.8 hectares in terms of site. It is quite correct what was said before about there's quite a lot of requirements on the site for things that need to be done, such as flood risk assessment and access and so on, but that's not uncommon for any new development site. We, as part of LDP2, did go back to the owner, and we got a response from them. It was a Norman Vance, who was the owner, responded on the 27th of June 2016, saying nothing has changed to the previous information supplied. The field is still available for development. That's the best information we can put forward, that it's an identified site. We've got in writing from the owner that it is still available for development. It's therefore quite difficult at this stage to say that the site genuinely is ineffective.
I've got a number of speakers, but if we are in trouble just deciding what's fact and what's speculative, we might need, in the interests no making unfair and unreasonable decisions, to get some investigations done and bring it back to further committee. But I've got Jane, Katie, Andy and Andrew.
Well, I agree with the leader in the sense that one goes round and round on this one. It does appear to be confusing, but if you look at this straightforwardly and if you ignore the ifs and ands, you can say to yourself, in fact, that it's quite clear you ought not put something that is going to create a land use conflict next to housing. That is in our policies. And I'm afraid I am quite sour about this because I'm conflicted. It's fine in report number 7 to put housing next to an industrial estate, but it seems 2 reports later it's not all right to put housing next to an industrial estate. So I am going to try and continue to be absolutely clear and follow our policies, because that's what the public thinks that we ought to do. And so I find myself, as I say, conflicted and annoyed by all of this. In some ways, if members go against the recommendation, I know who to point the finger at. But I'm going to propose that we go with the recommendation.
I'll come back to you, Jane, because I don't think we've got anything except from Andrew. You've no second yet. So I'll come back to you and I'll come back to Andrew. I missed out Ian, so I'll rearrange the speakers. I'll now have Katie, Ian, Andy and Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that if we as a committee are minded to approve this application, that we do indeed attach conditions, one of which is that we ask the SNH to give a full assessment of whether there's an issue with the newts, and equally that we engage with the council archaeologists to assess. So it's just, as I say, if we are to mind it, that those 2 conditions are put on with the application.
And that, of course, will be done to the proposer unless you put in an amendment or a further amendment. Ian?
I suppose, Jen, I think I've probably put my cards on the table. I am supportive of this in principle, but I think you make some very valid points here in regards to the relevance of or the amount of information that we have in front of us. I wouldn't put it by just to defer it for a month, especially when the sale of the allocated site, whether that's available or not. But I will put it into context. There was a site similar to that in the Annan area. It's now Annan Business Park. It took nearly 6 years with the pump priming of Scottish Enterprise and the Dumfries and Galloway Council to get that to a site that was actually ready to start to construct on, to put business units on. So, I just think in the short term, if there is a beneficial or essential service being supplied by this small company to allow it to grow, but I think, just to put it into context, Anna, it took 5-6 years. I think you were maybe involved in that in a wee bit, Chair, in the kind of more group aspects. But so you'll be aware of that, but certainly from the perspective of this, if it's needed now, it may well be, I think, in real terms, I think I do support it, but there might be a reason to defer it for a month.
Thanks, Ian. I've got Andy Ferguson, Andrew Just, Jim McComb and Jeff.
Okay, Chair, thanks for letting me back in. In the words of the wise old owl from Newton Stewart, policy is here to guide, not enslave. So I'd be happy to second Councillor Juste if he's moving that this is an accepted policy, we approve this application.
Okay, Andrew.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. It was just to add a bit of information. This is plan permission in principle, so any development that came to us would be subject to a second application. Am I right in saying that?
You're absolutely right, but construction would be able to take place under certain circumstances because we have then established a land use that's different from what is currently in the LDP at the moment. But David, can you just answer Andrew properly and don't have me doing it?
Yes, you would definitely have to have a further application, and sorry, Chair, but no, you couldn't start work until that was approved as well. But you would, if you approve planning permission in principle, as it says in the title, you've therefore accepted the principle and you can't go back on that unless the permission expires. But yes, you would have a further application for just the details of what it's going to look like and the exact siting.
Andrew?
So to come back on that, Chair, I know Katie had some issues regarding utes, etc. Would that be, when will we put those conditions in? Would it be here or would it be in the second application?
No.
It would have to be now because anything onerous must go on now.
Andrew?
So can I amend my motion to include that if Councillor Ferguson's happy to do so?
Well, Councillor Ferguson, you need to ask Councillor Ferguson if he wants to accept Katie's proposal as well, and then it'll be a motion from you, seconded by Andy.
I'm happy because I believe there's quite a few newts, sometimes in newts. Absolutely.
Okay, so your motion, Andrew, I'll tell you what, I'll come back to you because I promised Jane I'd come back to her. I've got two further speakers. I've got Jim McComb, Jeff, and then I'm coming to you for your motion, and I'm going to Jane for her amendment. Jim McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Could we please go back to the slide with the HGV lorry? Now, obviously a narrow roadway, but if you look carefully, there is a fence there on the far side of the Drystane Dyke. That fence is delimiting a pedestrian walkway which takes people right up to the school building. So it is not actually as dangerous as the slide indicates. That pedestrians and road traffic are actually segregated here.
Thanks for that helpful information. Jeff?
Hey, Chair. Yeah, I'm unhappy about making a decision on this at this time. I think we do need to defer to find out whether that zone at the top is available. And if it isn't available, why the owner who's put it forward is not prepared to allow it to be developed. Otherwise, it's just a choke point in terms of development within the Royal Borough. City, as my colleague on the right informs me. So I'm prepared to move that as a motion. Or amendment, or whatever we are at the moment.
Amendment, right, and then a counter amendment, or maybe even a counter amendment, we'll see. Ivor?
Chair, I'd be happy to second Councillor Lever on that. On one issue, can you deem what is available and what is viable? Because my shop in the town is available for sale. If anybody wants to come with £20 million, it's yours. Doesn't mean to say it's viable. So the site, the owner could say, yes, it's for sale, but I want £20 million. Therefore, it is available, but it's actually not an effective site because it's not viable.
I'll ask David, because I seem to recall this before, and we have it's not the borough surveyor, what do you call it, the assessor determines a value, and if people are asking a figure above that, then they've been unreasonable in preventing development of a site. So that's a reasonable suggestion, I would suggest. But David?
Chair, yes, I mean, if my members are minded to go for a deferral, what I would suggest that I've been instructed to do is go back through the LDP team to the owner of the land and just ask him to give very clear clarification. It's all well and good for him to say the field is still available for development, but he hasn't actually answered all the questions which were actually asked of him, which were things like, was it, can you give us information and evidence of any marketing you've done? Is it at a commercial rate? All that sort of information. So it would be interesting for him to come back and tell us exactly what he's done and confirm again the availability of it. So that would prove one way or another whether it was still an effective site.
Is there a timeline that we as a committee can set you? Because it would be unreasonable to do that and wait a year for a response. Can we give you, or can you tell us how soon you could make that available to members if members decide on a deferral today?
Obviously, what we're dependent on here is a third party who's unrelated to this application entirely coming back and giving us information. I would hope that we could get it back in a month, but just in case, if we said it was to come back no later than the November committee, that should give us sufficient lead-in time to get that information. So we basically would give the owner a month to get back, and then it will come to the November meeting.
Are you happy to make that as part of your motion, Councillor Lever and Ivor as a seconder, that if members agree to a deferral, because that's not what we're deciding today, that's just one of the options that you will have to decide on. So Jeff and Ivor have agreed to that. Andy?
There's kind of semaphore going on between here and the back row, but I think we'd be happy, I'm looking at Andrew, to withdraw what we'd proposed, because I think to make a safe decision, it would be safer, I should say, if we wait that time to get that clarification. I don't know if Andrew's agreeable with that.
Andrew, are you content with that?
Chair, I would like, I'll still stand with my motion that we grant this as an exception to policy with conditions that Katie outlined.
You'll need to find a new seconder then. Hi, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask if we choose to defer this item to get the information back in terms of the industrial unit area, not units, would the applicants be able to submit further information as to why the land that they're proposing to use on an industrial basis is not suitable for housing, and what they have done to try and market and sell the land themselves? I'm just looking, if we're looking at that bit of land to establish whether that really is industrial unit area or an industrial bit, will we also be looking at whether the proposed site is actually suitable for housing as well?
No, because
Okay.
the application is for a Class 5 industrial unit. Therefore, we have to consider a Class 5 industrial unit. Although the applicant's agent did give you information that indicated there was difficulty about housing, but that's information you got during a question-answer session with them. We have an application before us.
It's been submitted through the LDP2, though, which wasn't in the initial information.
Well,
so if we're asking for clarification on that point, there has been additional information that David has only discovered himself yesterday, and therefore we haven't had that clarification in writing ourselves either. It wasn't even when we sat at full council on the 5th of September looking at the LDP2, that representation that has now been accepted by the reporter wasn't in our papers that we agreed to, but yet we're being told that yesterday it was agreed it was. As I say, I'm just looking, if we're looking for clarification on one site, surely we should be looking for clarification on the other site as well.
No. No, well, it'll be up to the proposer and the seconder what they want. But you don't want to open up the whole thing again. You have an application before you, and the applicant has claimed legitimately and has given evidence to say that the industrial or the commercial site, although it appears to be available, is not. What we're trying to do is establish whether or not that aspect of the debate is accurate, which will help members then to determine whether or not a good and fair alternative is to take away the housing use designation that it has at the moment and change it to commercial. That's what we're looking at, and that's what we're discussing today. Is that right, David?
Yes.
Yes, right. So far we have Andrew wanting a determination today, including the points that Katie raised about the archaeological and utes. And you need a seconder for that. We have Jeff with a deferral and a seconder for that. We have Jane about to put in a motion to refuse or alternatively to support the deferral. Jane, which do you prefer to do?
Well, I've listened to what has gone on subsequent to my proposal, and I'm quite happy to withdraw my suggestion that we go with the recommendation and throw my weight behind a deferral.
Thank you. So now, Andrew, if you can't get a seconder, it most definitely goes to a deferral. Is there a seconder for Andrew? Jim McComb? Okay, so we now have a motion and an amendment. And Nick, when you do the motion for Andrew, remember it's contrary to policy and it includes the 2 points that Katie asked to be introduced as conditions. And in the deferral, information must come back no later than the November meeting for us to make a full determination if it goes to determination rather than an approval.
Thanks, Chair. So we have the motion proposed by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor McComb, that's to approve the application contrary to policy and subject to the undertaking, now I've phrased it, a newt survey and archaeological survey on the site.
Can I just say that there probably are other conditions as well which would be appropriate, which roads officers have required, for example. And you'd have to have conditions that you would normally put on a planning permission principle. So just to make it clear, it would be subject to various conditions.
Members happy with that? Andrew, right?
And an amendment proposed by Councillor Lever and seconded by Councillor Hislop to defer consideration of the application to a meeting no later than November, to a planning meeting no later than November.
For further information on the availability, cost, etc. of the designated site, including viability.
Okay. Councillor Dempster.
Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Carruthers.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop. Councillor James has left. Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Martins. Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Murray.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate. And Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Okay, so that's 3 members voting in favour of the motion and 13 in favour of the amendment. The amendment is therefore carried and the consideration of the application is deferred to no later than the November meeting, subject to provision of that additional information that members were seeking.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Nick. We come to agenda item number 10, Erection of a Dwelling House at A Plot 1, former Craig's Quarry, Georgetown Village, Dumfries, and B Plot 2, former Craig's Quarry, Georgetown Village, Dumfries. The application types A and B are planning permission in principle. Reference numbers are A 180868/PIP and B 180869/PIP. The recommendation A and B is to refuse, and the case officer is Mary Mitchell. Mary, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Before we start, I'd like to make a couple of amendments to the report. More detailed information was recently submitted with regard to site levels, and the following changes should be made. If you look at paragraph 1.4 on the report, at the centre of that paragraph it says the height difference between the plots and the adjacent public road is around 10 metres. That 10 should be changed to 9. And while the indicative house setback from the public road is around 15 metres, that 15 should be changed to 23. And also in paragraph 4.14 of the report, Again, in the centre of the paragraph, it says the main differences between the currently proposed sites and the site at Quarry View is that Quarry View is A, less elevated than the proposed sites. Please insert there, less elevated compared to the public road than the proposed sites. Just to keep all that clear. So we'll look at the slides first. Georgetown Village is a designated small building group, and it's located just to the south of the Dumfries settlement boundary, which you can see on this plan here. This is probably the best slide I've got for looking at the layout of Georgetown Village as well. You can see the public road runs through the centre of the small building group, and there are houses to the left and right, and the application sites are marked in red there. The surrounding topography, the land runs generally downhill to the east, and this is a close-up of the sites. The sites are just at the edge of a quarry, so it's pretty much a hole. I'll just get my pointer out. That area there is a bit of a hole, and there's a cliff along the edge here. These sites here are quite elevated compared to the public road. This area of trees is a steep banking, and the houses proposed are here. That's plot 1, and this is plot 2. So outlined as plot 2 in this slide. We'll be talking about Quarry View, a house which has recently been constructed as well. That's just located to the north of plot 1. There. This is a block plan showing an indicative footprint for plot 1, and again an indicative footprint for plot 2. The access to the sites is from an existing access into the quarry. So this access already exists into the quarry off the main road, off the public road, and they're proposing to make a private driveway up here, which will service both the plots. And there's a shared septic tank and soakaway to be located on the sites as well. Again, the footprint for Quarry View, the house to the north, was subject to amendments which was approved earlier this year. So the footprint that you see in this slide is correct. This is what's been built, whereas the previous slides showed the previously approved footprint which was not built. These are sections through the sites. Plot 1 is the top section and plot 2 is the bottom section. The public road is just down here, and again down here. And the average sort of difference between them is about 9 metres between the level of the public road and the sites. So this is looking at the existing access into the quarry. You can see part of the bankings and the corner of plot 2 behind the car. This is looking north along the public road. The plots are to the left. Again, showing the banking. To the rear of this photograph, you can see Quarry View, the house which was already approved, is in construction behind that the bungalow there. Again, Quarry View. This is showing the corner of plot 1 on the right-hand side. The bankings. This is looking out of the quarry. This is looking into the quarry. The new driveway has already partly been formed, which you can see on the right-hand side there. Quite a lot of earthworks have already happened on site. This is showing plots 1 and 2. It's looking back down the new driveway. This is standing at the top of the banking of plot 1, looking down towards the existing houses. And this is standing between Quarry View and plot 1. There's sort of a ridge between the two sites. And you can see plots 1 and 2 here. This is from the rear of Quarry View. You can see the ridge between plot 1 and Quarry View just to the right-hand side of this slide. This is looking into the quarry from the rear of plot 1. I'm on plot 2 now, looking back towards plot 1. It's looking towards the quarry from plot 2. That is plot 2 from the top of the banking. That's showing the junction where the driveway will meet the existing track into the quarry. So the proposal is for the erection of 2 houses in the countryside. The determining issue is the principle of development, which falls to be assessed under policy H3, where there are 2 relevant criteria. 1, the development in small building groups, and 2, beneficial redevelopment of brownfield sites. Starting with small building groups, it's considered that the elevation of the sites and the steepness of the bankings would prevent the application sites being part of the built grouping at Georgetown Village. Very little of the sites are visible from the public road or from existing dwellings. The plots are considered to be physically and visually divorced from the small building group. Therefore, they do not accord with or enhance the character of the small building group, and the proposal does not comply with this part of the policy. Looking at the beneficial redevelopment of brownfield sites, the policy sets the bar quite high under this criteria. It states only those sites which are demonstrably intrusive, visually or environmentally, and where there is no realistic prospect of them being returned to agricultural land or woodland, will be considered suitable candidates for redevelopment. The quarry at Georgetown Village does not fall into the description of visually or environmentally intrusive. Furthermore, the quarry had largely regenerated itself with a good covering of trees and shrubs. That was prior to the unauthorised groundworks taking place. Additionally, the applicant has raised the question of precedent. Quarry View, the house that we were looking at, is a recently constructed dwelling house adjacent to the north of plot 1. The development principle allowing a dwelling house here was discussed at committee in 2015 and was approved contrary to officer recommendation as an exception to policy on the grounds it was beneficial redevelopment of a former quarry. It should be noted, however, that each application should be assessed on its own merits and no 2 sites are identical. In this case, there are essential differences between Quarry View site and the application sites, namely the steepness of the bankings and their close proximity to the public road. The current application sites are recommended for refusal because they are considered not to accord with or enhance the character of Georgetown Village, small building group, and they do not represent beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Questions for the case officer? None? Okay. This is Jane.
Chairman, it's just sort of, just in some ways quite scary that you can have that level of unauthorised groundworks go on without any sort of impunity. Is that correct?
Mary?
Well, they should have applied for permission before they did the works. In this case, there was no objector or complainer to start an enforcement process. Additionally, one of the things we would have asked for is an application to rectify the situation, which I suppose is what we've got at the moment.
Thank you. Can I ask, obviously there's been a huge amount of groundworks, and you mentioned there in your report that the site had regenerated itself somewhat with the trees, etc. If this application was to be refused, would there be any enforcement that trees would have to be replanted at that point?
David?
In a word, yes. We would have to wait and see if an appeal was forthcoming and what any reporter thought on that. But after that period, then yes, we would move to enforcement action.
Okay, if there are no other questions for the case officer, this is a not eligible for speaking item. However, Councillor Malcolm Johnson is entitled to speak, and he called it in, and he's requested that he speak to the committee, and I've agreed. So if Malcolm can be invited through, please, he will be afforded 3 minutes, and we'll go into session. Afternoon, Malcolm.
Afternoon, Chair.
You'll be the same as everyone else. You'll get 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go. Good for you. Thanks, Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. I called this in, as was pointed out, on the basis of the recent decision issued by the Council in respect to the new dwelling next door, which established a clear precedent that reuse of the former quarry site in the centre of the village for bespoke housing units does constitute a beneficial use of the land. The minute of the meeting of this committee in 2015 clearly states that development was a beneficial redevelopment of the former quarry. The development would relate to the existing grouping and would not result in undue loss of amenity subject to standard planning conditions. Since that decision, there has been no significant change in the relevant policy or supplementary guidance, considerations, and therefore the consideration of this beneficial reuse of the former quarry site has already been established, and this type of development being acceptable. Whilst the comment about no two planning applications are the same, and each requires to be assessed on its individual merits, it would be inappropriate for the committee to disregard the material relevance of the existence of the new property immediately adjacent to these developments, given the policy considerations and context for each case remain effectively identical. With regard to the matter of the elevation of the site, illustrative details have been provided to assist in this matter and confirm that shown illustrative levels for the new units are the same or very similar to the new dwelling next door. If there are concerns at the elevation of any dwellings on the site, it can be considered in any permission granted to match that of next door if such a consistency is required, bearing in mind that this is what is being sought here is an acceptance of the planning in principle, so detailed decisions can be made later. With respect to comment in paragraph 4.9 of the report, when you take into account the new adjacent dwelling and all the others in the vicinity of the application site, the proposed developments are clearly within the village, a point supported by the Community Council. The proposal also very closely relates to the illustrations in the supplementary guidance showing acceptable patterns of development, so I disagree with the recommended reason for refusal in this instance. I would also point out that the site plans you got in your original papers omitted the new building site, which I noticed was updated on I think the second slide that you were showing earlier with the presentation. But in the plans in your papers, it doesn't show the new building.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Another important consideration is, and it's quite important in my opinion, through this scale of development here, there will be work for local businesses and the investment will remain within Dumfries and Galloway. Also, these properties will result in economically active young families staying in the area, which is something I think we all want to encourage. And it's in line with council priorities on growing the economy and also by listening to the thoughts of the Community Council being an inclusive council.
Can you draw your presentation to a conclusion?
Yeah. In the interest of consistency, I would urge the committee to stand by its earlier acceptance that new housing is an acceptable reuse of this former quarry site and approve the application. There you go.
Thank you, Malcolm. Can you just give me 1 second, please, in case members have questions for you? Members, any questions for Malcolm? Andrew?
Thanks, Chair. My question was just around what Katie brought up earlier on again, actually. The tree line that's grown. If there was development here and we were to approve this, would there be need to actually remove that tree line that's came about?
I don't think there would be need to remove it, but again, I think because this is a permission in principle, I think it's something that would have to come back for any final application.
John?
Thank you, Malcolm, for that. Do you anticipate further developments at the site apart from these 2 additional ones?
No, we don't expect any further developments on that particular site.
Any other members? Malcolm, thank you for your presentation. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave us again. Thank you. Members, we're in session. If there are, Elaine and then Jane.
I suppose it's probably more of a comment, and it may well be, strictly speaking, this is out with policy, but I suspect if this goes to the reporter, it will get through. I mean, I was quite surprised at White Oak, since I called that one in, and it still got through. I think this would get through for this exactly the same reasons as White Oak's got through.
Jane?
Well, I like to be consistent, and I voted against the last one last time round. I see no reason at all to change my opinion. I don't think it fits with the small building group, and I don't think it complies with policy. And so I would suggest that we go the recommendation. I do have sympathy with the issue of providing housing for young people, but I think I wasn't at the LDP meeting, but I think you probably allocated hundreds of houses for young people to live in within probably 2 miles radius. So I don't buy that argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I've got you two, Katie and John. I've got Andrew, Ian, John, Katie and Jim McComb. Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. It's my opinion, if I'm being honest, that it does fit in with the housing group, looking at the supplementary guidance on urban development, etc., and making a sense of place. It's across the road from other houses there. I think that the committee probably in 2015 made the right decision. I'd probably agree with them. I'd agree with that decision now. But we'll wait for a motion from someone else.
I think again it's a cautionary note about doing things contrary to policy, because it then becomes policy, yeah? Ian?
I suppose, Chair, as you look at that there, it does actually look like it fits policy, but I understand that that's been determined, you could say, in real terms, in as far as our expert planners have looked at it and said, no, it doesn't really. But when you look at that in the face of it, it actually looks as if you've probably got another few units on the left-hand side below that, and it fit in that would be the determination, that small building group. But setting that to the side, I think for the sake of the council being consistent, I mean, I'm happy to move approval in regards to the application. It is just to establish the principle of development. It's not going to any other, I don't think, other onerous conditions, I think, at this time. But it would establish a principle, and pretty much the same reasons as last time, that it's a beneficial redevelopment of the former quarter. The development would relate well to the existing grouping. It would not result in undue loss of amenities subject to the standard planning conditions. Granted, as per previously, I'm taking that for an extract from the report itself, Chairman, but I think I would move that if so needed.
Okay, I'll check with Nick if that's competent, because Andrew's waving that he wants to second it. So, that right? So I've got John, Katie and then Jim McComb.
I'm not sure if this is relevant, Chair. I'm just wondering if we can if we were to reverse the recommendation and we approve this, can we put on this is a full and final development on this particular quarry site? No.
No. And everybody will tell you they don't want any more until the next time comes round, but no, can you do that? Katie?
I guess it was on a sort of similar point. Obviously, there was a decision made in 2015 with the existing council that was elected at that point. We're a new council now, so decisions don't always have to be made the same. There's an application here for 2 sites. Can I ask the officer, in her opinion, how many sites potentially could there be put on this quarry? Because if we agree, 1 has been agreed. If we then agree 2 more, how many more spaces within this quarry site, in your opinion, could there potentially be?
It's a challenging question for Mary because it depends on the size and scale of the development that's proposed.
Looking at the existing scales of.
But I would suggest, Chairman, that's open the door to future applications. That's not a decision we should make today.
So, I mean, every time, I've already said that. What we try to do, Katie, deal with what's before us. And our last case officer, I don't think it was Mary, I can't remember, would present a recommendation not to approve the first one, then against policy. We've now got two, and members are saying, well, we've now set a precedent, we've created a policy. So if more come in, we'll have to deal with them, and the officer will give you a recommendation, and you will decide on the merits of the officer's advice whether or not it's appropriate to agree further ones. But Mary can maybe speculate if it'll help.
I think on my point is, if we're making a decision on the fact that a precedent has already been set, that would then open the gates for further applications to come forward. So that's why I wanted to just clarify that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, how long is a piece of string? There was an application, interestingly, it is mentioned in the report in 2003, which proposed 9 houses in that quarry. It was refused in 2003. But those are quite there are long, slim plots. I can show you the location plan if you're interested. But, there's no real answer to your question.
So that may well be the direction of travel if we keep approving. But anyway, Jim?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not convinced by the argument that it doesn't fit into the small building group, simply because the proposals are a few metres higher than the houses on the opposite side of the road. I'm also not convinced that this is not a beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. To my mind, developed housing plots would look substantially better than what I would describe as an area of scrub wasteland.
Thanks for that, Ian.
It was just for reassurance in regards to the comments that Katie was making, that I'm only looking at these two here. The proposal that I put forward, I agree entirely that it's each case in its own merits. And I've said that I think that there is for the sake of being consistent, I wasn't part of that previous decision making either, as far as I can remember. I don't remember seeing these before. So, I mean, I am looking at, I do like consistency, if I can certainly get, but I do think, again, going back to looking at that from this elevation, looking at it flat, almost like a floor plan, but your site location, that very much looks as if it fits in nicely, going back to the points that Councillor McCombs brought up, that there's the elevations are different. That's what sets it apart. Other than that, and I understand where the case officers come from. We are expert advice, but I've got a different view on it. So each case in its own merits. Any further development that I wouldn't even consider or think of at this stage. It's just what's been put in front of us, Chair.
Fine. So you've put a proposal up. Can David and Nick just assure me that it's competent and it's off the paper? When did you say it was, Ian?
I did. It is a beneficial redevelopment of the former quarry. The development would relate to the existing grouping and would not result in undue loss of amenities subject to standard planning conditions, but would need to be applied. Obviously, this is in principle granted conditionally.
And mind you, we don't encourage members to just read the paper and then say, I don't approve of that. You're supposed to use your own language, but we'll settle for that if that's competent. Okay, and Andrew, you're happy to second that. Jane, you wanted to put up an alternative proposal?
I think I have. I'm not certain that I'm going to receive a seconder, but no, I stand by it.
Okay, Katie, she seconded it.
I'm happy to second the amendments and to go with the officer's recommendations.
Okay, so you've got Ian proposing, Andrew seconding, and you've got his terminology, and Jane and Katie with the officer's recommendation as set on the report. Nick, can you just get us to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dempster?
James with the amendments?
Yes, sorry. For clarity, Councillor Carruthers is the motion, so approval with the various conditions, etc. And the amendment was by Councillor Maitland for refusal.
Thank you. Amendment.
Councillor Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Blake has left. Councillor Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson has left. Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Hagman.
Amendment.
Councillor Lever.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Murray.
Motion.
Councillor Tate. Councillor Young.
Motion.
So that's 9 members voting in favour of the motion, 4 in favour of the amendment. Therefore, the motion is carried. The application is approved, subject to standard planning conditions, etc.
Thank you. Next, we'll come to agenda item 11, erection of roof covering between 2 existing agricultural buildings at Upper McCubbington, Coldside Road, Auldgirth, Dumfries. It's a full application, reference number 18/1033/full. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally, and the case officer is Beth Halliday. Beth, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This planning application is for the erection of a roof covering between 2 existing agricultural buildings at Upper McCubbington, Coldside Road near Auldgirth. The reason this application is before you today is because the applicant is directly related to an elected member of the council. Looking at the first slide, the site is just under 2 miles southwest of the village of Auldgirth and is accessed from Coldside Road. This is the location and block plan, just showing the house and steading arrangement and the proposed elevations and a section. So it's sitting between 2 existing buildings. And again, with the floor plan and the existing building, the part with the roof lights is the proposed building, and then there is another existing building to the bottom of that. So this is the overall view of the farmsteading taken from Coldside Road, showing the farmhouse to the left of the steading. You can just see a lighter coloured building, and then the more modern steading to the right-hand side. And just looking again, that's the 2 existing sheds, and the proposed shed would sit in the middle of those 2 to the right-hand side of or middle to right of the slide. And again, just a closer view, just showing exactly where the new roof covering and shed would be. And then this is just looking actually from the entrance road down nearer to Coldside Road, looking up just to get a view of the modern part of the steading buildings. Thank you. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally.
I've turned the wrong page now. Right, members, we're in session now. Oh, Jane, right.
Sorry, it's a quick technical question. Why didn't it need, on page 96, why do we need approval of this now if we didn't need it before? I'm not absolutely clear why. I have no difficulty with it, but why not?
Beth?
In what way, sorry, Jane, what do you mean?
Well, prior approval was not required on the 27th of July. But we do.
Because of the floor, the legislation and the caveats that go with the prior approval, because of the floor space, because there's been the original DPA, it takes it over that threshold.
Okay, members, thanks, Beth, thank you. For the session, approved unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 12 is an appeal decision for noting. There are 2 things I'd want to say to you, members, before we go, just ever so briefly. 2 members raised the issue about that particular screen. We have raised it with colleagues at administration, and we also understand from Nick that there is an intention to refurbish this room and will be decanted, so that would be the opportune time to deal with that. And David has suggested that in the meantime, at the start of the meeting, we will tell members if they're struggling, we'll close the curtains, and that will darken the room to a degree that might be beneficial. So David's not here to hear that, but I'm sure somebody will convey that message. And the other thing, and I'll ask David to talk about it to members individually or circulate an email. Today especially, there were a couple of times when members were looking at mobile phones and laptops and were talking about information that other members didn't have to hand. And it's normally best practice, if you're discussing something, everybody gets to see the same thing at the same time. So whether that's maybe a change now because we're into the modern age and I am no quite with it, I don't know. But it was raised with me at lunchtime. So if you could look at it just to see if we can be very careful how we deal with these kind of questions when other members don't have the same stuff. Katie? I'll leave it in David's capable hands. And we'll come back to it, because it's not just for today, but it was raised with me, so I thought best mention it. Thank you very much, folk, for your forbearance and your attendance today.